Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Felis Mengus, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mia in the Shire, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I said, but what is it? He goes, well, it's not raw data. That's when I wrote the whole thing down. I went back and listened. I got it word for word, and I was able to clip out some stuff, so maybe Nathan will play it.
Okay,
you know?
Look, let's just go for the most simplest way we can go, and I'm sure Steve would agree with me here. Yeah,
hold on.
We've got no instrumentations in the plane. No instrumentations in the plane now. You're just going to fly up. Right? If you're going to take a curved trajectory, would you know you were taking a curved trajectory? You've got no instrumentation at all. You're flying now.
Of course. See, here's the problem. Nathan, I'm freaking furious right now. You got to go over these AI clips with me.
Well, you want me to answer that?
Yeah, come on.
You got to go over these clips.
What kind of curves are you talking about? Like turning back?
Just a cut. You're going to do the loop. You're going to know, aren't you?
The loop. Yeah, of course.
Let me show Nathan what this idiot said. He's got a problem with pitch data. So I said, all right.
Yeah.
What's your problem with the pitch data? I know you don't like it when people don't present it right, but what's your problem? So word for word, AI overload. It's not raw data. It's post-processed data. It's what's recorded, not the actual instrumentation. The subsystem has a fusion algorithm, and so the actual measurements are done prior to the fusion algorithm. So the end user output interface pitch is post-algorithm.
Oh.
That's what I said. I said, when a plane levels off at 30,000 feet, how do they measure it in AI? He goes, what do you mean? They're just flying, dude. I said, it's measured with air pressure.
No shit, Sherlock. Of course they're flying. They're flying horizontal.
30,000 feet. You just said it. 30,000 feet. If it's flying at 30,000 feet, it's 30,000 feet from where? From what?
Right.
That's what I said. I said, if it's going for 100 miles.
I heard you. So by definition, when you give the value is preordained with respect to a flat plane, though, isn't it? So if he's saying, okay, because the measurement's gone through an algorithm, that makes the measurements irrelevant. Like, okay, well, if you're either saying one of two things, either you're saying they're not right, that's to say they're not what they say they are in the values that are given because it's gone through an algorithm. That's potentially what I'm saying. So you're saying, okay, so you're saying we can't trust black box data. That's what he's saying. Now, that's not going to be the case. We can, they do, it's what's used. Now, if you're saying, well, the algorithm means that 30,000 feet is what? Not a flat Earth measurement? Yeah, it is. So he's got two choices. Either deny the prerequisite measurement type, that's feet off surface level, or say that they're not valid. Now, what does that remind you of, Neil? Don't know, just say I don't know.
Say it again. What does it remind me of?
Yeah.
Oh, not the ground.
No, it's the rock and the hard place.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks. So it's always going to be the rock or the hard place. Either, so you're denying these measurements. You don't like 30,000 feet off sea level, Oh, no, I'm perfectly happy with the measurements. Well, then welcome to Flat Earth. No, the measurements have gone through an algorithm. Oh, so you're not happy with the measurements? Well, they've gone through an algorithm. Okay, so you're saying toss out these black box data measurements that are used when investigating life and death? Is that what you're saying? Because it's gone through an algorithm, it's no longer valid. Oh, it's still valid, having been through the algorithm. It's just been through an algorithm, so it's not raw data. I couldn't give the tiniest of shits.
Hey, Nathan, if you want to hear it, I clipped them out. I put them up there. You could do
I'm
back
good.
to back.
I'm good. You've explained the argument to me. I'm good. Rock and a hard place. Do you want to deny these measurements? Is the question you need to ask him next time, Neil. Are you denying that these measurements are measurements? You're not. Oh, you are, because they've gone through an algorithm. Okay, you, not me, can toss them to the curb like I give a crap. Meanwhile, they are still used by the NTSB to investigate crashes, aren't they? Yeah, so what are we looking at again? 30,000 feet off surface level? Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You don't accept the measurements because they've gone through an algorithm. Back to the hard place, it seems. You don't want the measurements. Oh, you do? You accept that they're real measurements in spite of being through an algorithm. Therefore, they're Flat Earth measurements by definition, aren't they, Neil? All measurements of Earth are flat. There aren't any exceptions. Now, if you're saying, well, they are measurements, but the ones you're showing on this report have been through an algorithm, does that make them invalid? Because you're back to the same choice, aren't you? Either they're invalid, aka he says, nah, I don't like these measurements. Okay, so the hard place then. You want to toss them to the curb, then you've got no measurements. Or what you do want to keep the measurements, in spite of them being through an algorithm. Welcome to Flat Earth, 30,000 feet measured off surface level. It's a perpendicular height. That's altitude, isn't it, Neil?
Yes, and that was my point. So I basically told him, I said, you know what, AI, why don't you come on Flat Earth Debate and present your case? You'll get freaking hammered. So he goes on to that, well, I'm going to go in there, get yelled at and muted.
Oh, right. So what does that tell you, Neil? What it tells you is that he knows already that he's onto a loser, that he needs to poison people who are around him with this alleged debunk of the flight data. That's what he's doing, trying to poison people in terms of this as being evidence. He's a shill. AI is a wanker. Now, if he comes here, yeah, he'll get a taste of my fucking tongue. Yeah, the racist motherfucker. He'll get a taste of my tongue, all right. Yeah, not only will he get a taste of my tongue, he'll get told how wrong he is in this respect, like I just explained. What's that? I'm going to get me to go fuck yourself, you pathetic cuck coward. That's the last bastion of the losing cuck. Oh, Nathan will shout at me. Why, you fucking mouse? If you've got a winning argument, you'll stand up for yourself. You won't mumble into your mic like Edgeware. You won't moan that you'll get muted. You put forward your fucking argument, and if it wins, it wins. If it doesn't, it's because I rip it to shreds. Live on camera. Like yesterday with Edgeware. You can see me on camera listening to every fucking word the lying shitbag said. And it would be the same for AI. I'd listen to the lying cuck racist motherfucker. Spew his shit, trying to poison people. I'd listen to him. Then I'd set him the fuck straight. That's what I'd do. And he knows damn well that's what'll happen. And he's scared, what, that he won't get chance to speak. Yeah, you fucking will. I'll listen to you, then I'll rip you a new asshole. In front of an audience. That's what I'll do, you pathetic cuck. Yeah, they're listening, AI.
Over everybody.
Yeah, AI, you listen to the show. Did you hear me, you pathetic, cowering coward, cuck, trying to poison people by decrying the measurements? Yeah, I've already got your stupid shit position defined, AI, when you listen back to this, which I absolutely know you will. It's called the hard place, you dumb shit. Racist. Can't wait to play his racist remarks back to him and ask him to justify them for an audience. Yeah? See how he likes that? Because I've got Eli telling me it's not racist. To say, quote, you're going to treat me like a nigger, end quote, AI. That's racism. Quoted by me of AI. That's what he said. That was verbatim. Yeah? Now, what's he going to do? Moan that he's going to get muted when I call him a racist, which he absolutely, without question, is. a racist. That's what he is. Yeah, I'm not. Now, he voted to ban me for racism. Yeah, what that is projection. That's a racist projecting his racism onto a non-racist. That's what that is. Yeah? Now, these people are scum. AI is scum. Yeah? Clipping out my little videos and giving them titles that aren't in line with what's being discussed to try and sully the words actually coming out of my mouth with the title of a clip. You're a coward, AI. You're a cuck and a coward. Does your algorithm mean feet aren't perpendicular to sea level? No, it doesn't. Does it mean that all you're doing is trying to decry the measurements from black box data because it's gone through an algorithm? Yeah, it does. So you, not me, can kick them out then. Don't use them. But he doesn't want to not use them. He wants to sully them, doesn't he, Neil?
Yep, that's all he wants to do. He wants to sully it. He wants to muddy the waters, correct.
Right. So what I would then say is, so you wouldn't trust the NTSB to investigate death with these fucking data points then? You pathetic, cowering, cuck, racist. Yeah? Yeah, you're fucking right, I'd shout him down. I would absolutely nail that piece of shit to the wall. And he fucking knows it.
Good morning.
Talking about AI overlord. Yeah, Theo Megaworty. Yeah, I know your game. You're a shill. You're a shitbag. You're a scumbag. And what you're doing is pathetic. And yeah, you'd be called out by me on it in front of a live audience, along with being called a racist, which you are. So when you listen back to this, know what would happen. And you can cower in some other server saying, Nathan would mute me, like the other pathetic cuck globe believers, which is basically what you've demeaned yourself to being in defence of your shy arguments that you know you wouldn't win.
What is he arguing against measurement?
He's saying because the pitch data's been through an algorithm, it's not raw data. Therefore not valid. No, we still measure height off surface level. We're still flying parallel with surface level. And we're taking that data that the NTSB used to investigate death to investigate whether or not they've deviated from the flight level that they were instructed to be at when they lose an engine and potentially kill people. But this wanker sees fit to say, no, it's been through an algorithm. Well, so fucking what? Oh, it's just because it's such a strong argument you need to sully it as a pretend flat earther now? Because it's been through an algorithm. And so not valid, yeah, we've defined that, haven't we? Hard place. So you don't want the measurements then. Okay, I'll let NTSB know not to investigate any more deaths with black box data, because wanker racists say they've been through a fucking algorithm. Yeah? No, just a wanker.
So Refractory says not raw data, it's post-processed data. It's what's recorded, not the actual instrumentation. The subsystem has a fusion algorithm, and so the actual measurements are done prior to the fusion algorithm. So the end user output interface data is post-algorithm.
And
his exact words.
Who gives a flying shit?
Completely meaningless.
I know.
Sorry.
Sorry, you go, John.
I was just saying, all it's done is it's take a collection of measurements, lay them out in a path. It doesn't change anything.
Exactly. What he's saying is, because it's gone through a word processor, it's not valid anymore. That's how that argument breaks down.
If it's not valid, then why do they use it in investigation?
Exactly, Neil. But what he needs to do is pour scorn on really strong evidence. So that does make you immediately, thank you, immediately question his motivation here, doesn't it, Neil?
Yes, and that's what I asked him. I said, why would you argue against this? What are you, an agent? He's like,
Yeah.
no, if it's an argument, it's got to be airtight. I said, it's not an argument, it's a fact.
Yeah, it's not an argument, it's data on a sheet. Yeah, he needs to make it into an argument and then say that the argument loses. So immediately I question why he's here at all. Yeah? Because it seems very fishy to be doing that, does it not, Neil?
Well, what Georgie was
there is
saying is
one
they don't come up with nothing on their own over there. So what do they really have? The feast of nonsense. So we come out with stuff here. So I don't know. Is it jealousy?
It's got to be
I'll tell
airtight.
you what, this was the argument. Hang on, Neil. Sorry to cut you off there, Neil. Basically, what AI was telling me, right, he was saying that if you look at that data, the pitch data, I said that pitch data is telling us that the plane is flying horizontal. You know it is because when it took off, you see the sharpness of the graph when the plane took off. It then got to its altitude allotted and it remained at that altitude flying horizontally. Then when it came to land, you will notice that the landing procedure is different from the taking off procedure, yeah? It's a gentle step down, and it comes to land, yeah? That's all horizontal. He says, yeah, but if that happened on a globe, it would show the same graph. That was his point.
So it would be flat, measured off surface level if it was on a globe. No, it wouldn't. It would show it curving, and it would have 8 inches per mile squared demonstrated in the surface. It doesn't. So he's just a shill. He's a lying shitbag shill pretending to be a flurf.
Right. That's what I said. I said it would be. I said it would show that because of what it shows when it was taking off.
No, if it was globe shaped, it would globe
show
shaped.
That curved trajectory.
It would show it globe shaped if it was globe shaped, wouldn't it, Jin?
Yeah. Well, it's not. Curved trajectory.
Yeah, if it was a curved trajectory around a curve, it would show a curved trajectory around a curve. It would be freaking curvy. It isn't. Yeah. But what it would be the same as the flat data if it was on a globe. No, it would be globe data if it was on a globe. It isn't. So he's got to make it an argument first and foremost. It isn't. It's data, and then make the argument lose.
That's right.
Yeah. So he's a shill.
Yeah, it's data.
So
yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to nod through me, Jin. You don't need to do that.
I did put it to him. That,
Jin, what you're doing is nodding through me while I'm talking. You've got to take turns.
Sorry.
Yeah, yes. it would show the measurements curving around the globe, and it doesn't. Yeah. It shows straight and level flight.
So it shows it being straight and level, and he's saying if it was on a globe, it would show straight and level. No, it wouldn't. It would show it globe frickin' shaped. But then we're arguing about whether or not it would be globe shaped. Then it's an argument. Then he's won. It's not an argument. I'm not going to argue about whether or not that something that's flat should be the same as being globe shaped. No, that's a contradiction in terms from a wanker shill, racist, isn't it? Because no, globe shaped things are globe shaped. That's not globe shaped. I've got fucking eyes. But this shill needs to poison people and make them think that their eyes are deceiving them. That's called gaslighting. Yeah? A very psychopathic way of being. Telling somebody, yeah, when the lights are off, they're the same as when they're on. When something's flat, it's the same as being globe-shaped. Wanker, shill, racist. No. When things are globe-shaped, they're globe-shaped. But here we are arguing, so you think you've got the win. It's just data points. There's no argument to be had. Measurements off surface level are measurements off surface level. Parallel flight level is parallel flight level. Turning it into it'd be the same on a globe makes him a shill.
Exactly, Nathan. He wants to keep the argument going. We're talking about what the measurements are. The main thing is it's off surface level. You're seeing that you have surface level, 30,000 feet for miles and miles and miles off surface level. Yeah. That's the whole thing. And it can't pitch down because it'll crash.
It would be globe-shaped if it's globe-shaped. When someone tries to gaslight you, right, you tell them don't. Now, I'm not going to be gaslit by you telling me something flat would be globe-shaped if it was on a globe. No, it would be globe-shaped if it's on a globe. It's not globe-shaped because it's not on a globe. Yet you gaslighting me into telling me something flat is actually bending is basically saying surface level bends. It's level, but it's actually bending. Being level is the same as bending. Don't gaslight me, you racist wanker.
He didn't say that to me. He must have said that to Jin. He said nothing about flying. When I asked him how they get the measurement of 30,000 feet for over 100 miles, he said, what do you mean? They're just flying, dude. Yeah.
So,
they're just
making it into
measurement.
Yeah, it's called decrying the evidence and making it an argument. If I can say it's just flying, what, just flying? But just flying in this data is the same if it was recorded on a globe. So just flying becomes a globe proof then? For him, after he's gaslit you into telling you that something that's flat is actually the same as if it were globe-shaped. I've got fucking eyeballs, you racist shitbag.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, John.
Could you imagine if the kid said, "Oh, look, the emperor's got no clothes on," And the closest person immediately turned to him and said, "That's not an argument."
Or worse still, they said, having no clothes on is the same as having clothes on for the emperor.
Yeah, that's even better.
It would look the same if he did have clothes on. They're invisible clothes. Therefore, it looks the same when he has got clothes on. That's what he's doing. Gaslighting people against measurements. That's what he's doing. So he's a scumbag.
Yeah, and I think our strongest thing is, like you always say, if that's the case, then why does NTSB, why do they study that in crashes?
Talk
If
to
it's
him, just
post
demean him.
algorithm.
Say, do you want me to draw out something globe-shaped for you so we can compare for a retard? Do you need to see what it would look like if it were globe-shaped, retard? You think it would be the same if globe-shaped? Maybe if I put a big letter A next to something globe-shaped and then put it next to this flat data, you can see how fucking different they are, you racist retard.
Yeah, I did put it to him, Neil, that my position wasn't changing because that data is used in a court of law to determine whether or not anyone's going to be liable, whether it's the company, the instrument, pilots. You know, this is what it's there for. It's a reliable piece of data. It's showing that.
I could kiss you, Jin.
I said I don't agree with it. It's going to show the same if you're on a globe. The globe doesn't even exist.
It doesn't show that.
Living on a
it's
globe.
Not agree, disagree. That's the point, Jin. It's not, I wouldn't agree it would be the same on a globe. It isn't. Again, back to, I've got a set of eyeballs and I can tell when something's fucking globe-shaped. You telling me, you gaslighting racist, that it'd be the same is saying the emperor's got no clothes on, but it would look the same if he had.
No, it wouldn't. And that's what I said.
Yeah, we're dealing with shills and scumbags here to decry measurements and turn them into arguments. So it's whether or not you'd agree with whether or not it'd be the same. And there's no agree, disagree. It isn't globe-shaped. The fundamental premise of the measurements aren't globe-shaped. Measurements of height off surface level isn't globe-shaped. Axiomatically, it is just flat. Axiomatically, it is just data points on a chart. It's not an argument, but if he can make it one, it's about whether or not flirfs agree whether or not it would look the same on a globe. Because suddenly we haven't got a fucking set of eyeballs to see if something's globe-shaped or not, because some wanker racist tells us that it's globe-shaped, or wouldn't look any different if it was. Oh, really? Wouldn't look any different? I'm going to go with no, it would be globe-shaped if it was globe-shaped. Unless I've got a gaslighting racist telling me otherwise. Then you get a taste of my tongue. Oh no, Nathan will mute me. No, this is what you'd be getting, wouldn't he? He'd get talked down with the most venom I can muster because he's a scumbag. And he knows I call out scumbags.
Yeah, he won't come. I told him. I sent him a message. Come on the show. You're being called out. Come on and present your case. Since you think it's an argument, we'll set you straight and show you that it's just facts of the matter, measurements.
But I could kiss Jin. Yeah, because where you went, Jin, was perfect. You don't like the measurements, the ones used in court. What you're doing with that is taking him to the hard place. Oh, so they're not worthy of court assessment then in death? Oh, they are? Welcome to Flat Earth, you racist shitbag.
Well, if the professionals use black boxes after a plane crashes, they have to be worth something.
Yeah, so then you just look at the data points. What are they? Measurements off surface level? Perpendicular heights? That's it? Pitch up with respect to horizontal? What's that? It would be the same if globe-shaped. What, the pitch angle with respect to horizontal? So horizontal bends. You're gaslighting. That's what he's doing.
It seems like AI is making an enemy of everybody he meets at the moment because even One-Deck, now he's a nice guy, wouldn't hurt a fly. One-Deck says he doesn't want to engage with AI because of the way AI treated him. Do you know what I mean? He's making an enemy of him for me as well. Because at the end of the day, we're all brothers together here. All this arguing and bickering, it's one-sided. It's coming from AI himself. Stupidity, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, he's
it's
claiming
just ridiculous.
that. Well, he's got a few guys
it's getting
over
to the
there
point where I'm feeling that I wouldn't want to help him if he was in trouble. You know what I mean? I don't want to help you because you're pushing people away from you. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Silly.
You try and pull him out of the mud and he pulls you in with him.
Yeah, I'm just can't be taking that. You know what I mean? You know, he's not the be all end all of our lives anyway. So,
I nicked this from Michael Kahn.
Good.
Michael Kahn was doing a review on somebody, right? And he said he's the kind of guy that'd nick your wallet and then help you look for it.
Yeah, he's got guys in there deceived though because they're still talking about pitch data on flat Earth debate. Oh,
Yeah, what that tells me is that they're retards, easily deceived by a gaslighter. Yeah, they don't understand psychopathy and gaslighting. Otherwise, they'd understand when someone says, oh, this straight line would be the same if it was globe-shaped. And they go, really? Can I lick your testicles, AI? I really like the taste of them.
Yeah, I told him I'm not changing my position. He didn't like that. You know, he tried to ban me the day that I said that. And Eli said, no, you can't do that. It was because I wouldn't change my position, I was going to be banned.
So he's threatening to ban people if they don't turn measurements into arguments for the globe. So he's alleging to be a flat earther that will ban people unless they fall in line with arguments that are actually measurements for his position that stands in contradiction to the very measurements that I'm now getting waffled through when I break down because I've been asked to.
Then you should join the G Plus because it's not working well with you over in Discord.
Yeah. And then you know what he does? He plays this little game. I'm in there, and he starts talking about anyone pushing the flight data is wrong, blah, 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 blah. I don't say a word. I just leave him to just get on with it. I don't even engage with the guy. Just let him go on because I know what I'm going to say when the time comes.
So making generalizations about anybody who uses the data. The NTSB use it, you racist wanker! Are you fucking demented?
Silly.
Literally, he's saying anybody who says that they use this pitch data, it's NTSB pitch data. If he can take these numbskulls as far away from what it fucking is, then he can make it seem like it's our pitch data. Yeah? Like it used to be made into our scientific method. Like it's our measurements that Al-Biruni makes. Yeah? That's why I've got the rock and the hard place. So you and your pitch data, in this case, used by the fucking NTSB, he's telling a whole server full of people, if anybody uses this data, then they're blah, 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 blah. NTSB use it to investigate death, you fucking retard.
Yeah, but Nathan, when I told him that, he's going to turn around and say, yeah, but they don't use it proving a flat Earth. Yes, they do because
that makes it so he makes it into an argument again. So they don't use it in respect to a flat Earth. It is measurement data. They're not assessing it for our fucking globe shaped. It's not.
No, it's from a flat Earth. It has to be, as we say. It's measurements. Flat.
It's just measurements. So that's all it is. So it needs to be turned into an argument. So all of our opponents recently tried to take pitch data used by the NTSB and make it into an argument. No, it's just measurements. It's not an argument, it's just data. Not me arguing that this flat measurement off surface level means we're measuring off surface. I don't need to turn it into a modus ponens. It's just data points measured from the surface level. That's it. It's a statement of fact when I say what it is. Oh, what? Well, that could mean that it doesn't mean anything. It just means we're measuring off surface level. Facts. Data points. There they are in black and fucking white.
Exactly, Nathan. So while they're investigating a plane crash, it's all off surface level.
Yeah, it's measured with respect to sea level. So what are you going to do? Tell me sea level curves? Fuck off, you gaslighting racist. Get out. Yeah, you'll get talked through. Yeah, you'll get talked down to. You're a racist shitbag shill who's lying about measurement data being an argument. No, it's just measurement data. But when we get down to the nitty-gritty, that measurement off flat surface level, which is all it can ever be for parallel eye level, and parallel flight level, is curvy level then. That's where it goes. Or I don't like the measurements. They're not really raw. Yeah, like your ass would be after I tanned it for being a shill shitbag racist.
Well, all are welcome to come in and present their case, right, Nathan?
Yeah, like I listen to the mumbling twatbag Edgeware. Yeah, and the minute I get to the bit that rips him a new asshole, what is it? I've got mumbles through the top of me. Yeah, I have, yeah. He got away with it 4 times, though, didn't he? 4 times, me setting him straight about how we measure elevation angles with respect to the surface level. And if it's in the air that you're establishing a horizontal, it's because the horizontal is parallel with the surface level. Now, did I get to the end of that statement? No, 3 attempts of ripping that fucking idiot a new asshole were interrupted by Mumbles, who decided he didn't like me being correct and him not affirming how, with respect to surface level, these measurements are, because he wanted them to not be surface level, because it's not globe surface. So therefore not the surface anymore. Fuck off, you're all shills, and all you can do is mumble the fuck through me when I point out how fucking wrong you are. What's that, but Nathan will mute me? No, Mumbles, twatbag, yesterday, Edgeware, mumbled the fuck through me repeatedly when I proved him wrong and proved how flat Earth was. Because that's all you scumbags can do, is chant through me when I'm proving you wrong and proving Earth is measured flat. You need to mute me, and when you don't get the fuck away with it on the 4th attempt, and I do shut you down with a mute button, then you can cry foul. I tried to mumble through his concise demolition of my shitty argument I don't have 3 times, and on the 4th he muted me. What a wanker Nathan Oakley is. Yeah. Anybody with half a fucking brain can realise that that's you being a scumbag and mumbling through me when I win, because you don't like the loss is not something you can cope with, so you'd rather mumble through me. Yeah? When I sit here listening intently. Yesterday, because I was testing mics on camera, you can watch me not talking through them, listening to them lay out their argument in full and shutting everybody up around them so everyone can hear clearly what their argument is. Now, fortunately, I don't need a racist shitbag shill here. Neil wrote it all down, so I can go through it and still rip you a new asshole without you even fucking being here. Yeah? You hear me, Theo Megawerty, otherwise known as another coward nickname shill, shitbag screen name, AI Overlord. Yeah? You ain't got a fucking name, but you got a lot to say about measurements, about them being arguments. Yes, you'd be shut down when you mumbled through me. When I ripped your stupid garbage non-argument a new asshole, point out it's just fucking measurements of a flat Earth. You don't have to like them. You don't have to tell me that if I understood, I'd understand how flat globe-shaped things really are. No, I'm not going to be gaslit by a racist.
And those are word for word. Those are his exact words.
No, we don't need you here, AI Overlord. You can go and weigh and bleat about how you couldn't possibly put your argument to me, while everyone who's got half a brain realises that I absolutely, without question, would sit and listen to you mumbling on about how it's gone through an algorithm. And I'd go, and? Well, anybody who uses this data, what, like the NTSB, you fucking retard?
Did he actually say that if we had any sense, we'd understand how flat, globe-shaped things really are?
Yes, Neil was told it would be the same if it was globe-shaped. Quite literally, the Emperor would look the same if he did have clothes on. He's naked. Yeah, that's no different. They're invisible threads. Hello? Yeah, they need to tell you that flat things are globe-shaped and that you just don't understand that it would be the same. Well, I've got eyeballs, I can look at it and I know what a measurement off surface level is and how parallel flight level must be with respect to it, and it's right there in the measurements. Why are we arguing about this? Oh yeah, because racist shillbag shits do that when they need to decry measurements of a flat Earth, when they're pretending to be flat earthers. So he's a LARPer.
Yeah, he definitely got issues with it, and it stems from it coming from Brian mainly. But there was people talking about flight way before Brian. So
we don't actually need pitch data. That's the thing, right? I'm gonna go shit. Toss the pitch data in the fucking river. I couldn't care less. How do we measure flights? What, heights off surface level called altitudes, measured with altimeters? Don't need the altimeter to know that they're measuring their feet and calling it out from ground control as a flight level. Do I need data for that? No. Like most things, once I've understood the quote-unquote argument, in this case just facts about how we measure the surface level for an altitude above it, I don't need references or citations. I haven't got pitch data in front of me right now. I don't need it. Do I need pitch data in front of me? Do I need a graph to know how Earth is measured flat with feet off sea level? No, I don't need the graph. But if you can make it about the graph, you can decry the graph, and suddenly the argument fails because the graph fails. I don't need no graph to know what feet off surface level mean. I don't need no graph to know what sea level means. I don't need no graph to know what eye level means. I don't need no graph to know what the horizon provides a pilot with in a worst case scenario when every instrument fails. The black box fails. Do you think the last resort, the guy with a set of fucking eyeballs needs a gyro? No. Shockingly, the reason there's got a fucking guy with a seat and his arse in it is because he can look at the horizon to remain what? In straight and level flight. Because that's the first priority when you're aviating. That's what you do. Don't need a graph for that shit, do I? But I will rub a racist's nose in it if he tries to tell me that the graph isn't really, it's going through an algorithm. Really? So when you've got a last resort and everything goes black and you've got no electricity, a black box included, dies, do they suddenly plummet out of the air if the engines are running? Or do they rely on straight and level flight afforded them with the horizon? I'm pretty sure it's the latter. So I don't need this data. Do I?
Nope. You got to question what type of people we got in the arena. Not raw data.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
So there's been an alleged deviation from measurements in the pre-show by AI overlord, otherwise known as Theo Megaworthy. And as the conclusion was just drawn in the pre-show, and you've just heard me effing and blinding about this racist guy, it doesn't matter. You don't need data to know how Earth is measured when you're in straight and level flight. Now, you can show on the pitch data that you pitch up with respect to horizontal, and you can have somebody who's shilling for the globe tell you, well, pitch up with respect to horizontal means horizontal's bending, so it'd look the same on a curve, when gaslighting you into believing something that isn't true. Meanwhile, if you've got a set of eyeballs and you can look at something, you can see how flat it is and how not globe-shaped it is. But I don't need pitch data to make an argument, because there isn't an argument when you talk about how flights are measured. They're measured off the surface level with an altitude. That's a feet measurement called out for straight and level flight. Do one need pitch data to point out that Earth's measured flat for flights? No. You can get to the point where literally you've got no instrumentation or power running to any of the instrumentation, including the black box data. And what do they use as a last resort? To remain in level flight. Well, they use the horizon, so they can pitch up with respect to horizontal and keep the plane from descending towards the ground. That's what they do. So this isn't in need of a piece of paper, but we have got the measurements on a piece of paper. It's used by the NTSB when they study people's death. It will hold up in a court of law. So if you've got some shill racist telling you anybody who uses the pitch data, blah, 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 yeah, know this. The NTSB use the pitch data from black boxes, and they show Earth's measured flat with it. It's not an argument, it's a statement of absolute unequivocal fact based on the measurements shown on the data. I don't even need the measurements on the data because remaining in straight and level flight is a fundamental principle that's used by pilots daily. And the feet themselves is an altitude from the surface level. We're all familiar with sea level. We're all familiar with flight controllers calling out the flight level for a plane to be at. We're all familiar with the parallel lines that the different directions of flights take so they don't crash into each other. Now, those are axiomatic principles that aren't me arguing for a flat Earth. It's me beating the living daylights out of any shill racist who pretends that these aren't flat Earth data points and they're actually the same if they're on a globe. No, I've got eyeballs. I can look at the data points and I can know how high off a flat Earth a feet measurement from sea level is if you're going to remain parallel with the surface level in level flight. Notice all the different levels that I talked about. Yeah, I don't need any measurements. Do you notice how there's nothing in my hands? I don't need pitch data to point out how flight level is level when it's parallel with the sea level that you want to remain in straight and level flight with. I don't need any piece of paper to do that. I can do it with my tongue. Right, it's Thursday. Should we do a bit of housekeeping or should we keep it till tomorrow?
I think we should stick with the program. We said Friday. Let's keep it at Friday.
Fair enough. We have got a video that we'll be covering from Michael Kahn. So Michael Kahn, one of my patrons, actually shared this with me. And I think he's hearing me cry out to the people on the panel to actually provide me with normies going through general normie measurements of Earth. Not shills that say, look, I know that these elevation profiles are shown horizontally, and I know that they're measurements with respect to sea level, but that's just for convenience, like. Just convenient to show it as straight and horizontal, and you know, it's the same as being globe-shaped. It's the same as saying, yeah, I see the emperor's penis and arsehole, but it's the same as if he had clothes on. They're invisible threads. It would be the same. Yeah, that's what people are doing when they're telling you that these flat Earth obvious data points or flat Earth measurements in a straight horizontal box measured with respect to a sea level, they're the same as if they're curved. Now, if you've got eyeballs, you'll know when someone tells you, no, something that's flat is the same as being globe-shaped. Think, am I being gaslit? Am I being told that when the lights are on, it's the same as when they're off? Because you are. Now, if you're not a dimwit, you'll know that when something's globe-shaped, it's globe-shaped. And when it's flat, it's not the same as being globe-shaped. Being told that sea level is the same as being sea curve. It isn't. If you want to remain parallel with it in flight level. These are axioms that keep people from dying, and when they deviate from that straight and level flight measured with respect to a parallel surface level, it means they're crashing into the frigging ground. Now, fortunately, we've got measurements that are used by the National Transportation Safety Board, that's the NTSB, when investigating people's deaths. They don't muck around with this stuff. But there's going to be shills out there that make it seem like they're my data points. Not life and death data points used by the National Transportation Safety Board. Nathan's data points. Flat earthers using them. No, because that makes it almost seem like it's an argument. It's not. These are measurements of Earth, and they are flat. It's not me making an argument for them being flat. They are flat. Flight level is parallel with surface level. Heights, that's elevations, are perpendicular to a plane of reference. That's what elevation is. Now, these are axiomatically flat Earth measurements. Nothing's going to change that. This is not an argument. I'm just stating facts. Very basic facts that are easy to comprehend, but do require people who believe they're on a ball to tell you that they're not quite as you believe. Actually, when you see something flat, straight and parallel, it's bending. Now, you can be that numpty dipshit that tells yourself that something that's flat would actually be the same as if it's globe-shaped. But know this. If you get taken in, you're basically saying the emperor's got clothes when he's standing in front of you naked. That's what you're doing. Makes you dumb. Make no mistake about it. And there's people out there that want to make you that dumbo by telling you something flat is actually the same as globe-shaped. Something that's parallel with surface level, it'd be the same on a globe. But parallel, axiomatically, the antithesis of being curving? No, definitely not. But liars and shills will tell you otherwise when we spit these facts of flat Earth measurements at you. You'll be told, nah, we need to argue about whether or not something that's flat would be the same as if it was globe-shaped. Because then it's almost like we've got an argument. When prior to them stepping in, you just had flat Earth measurements. They're still flat Earth measurements. You're being gaslit by shills. That's what's happening. People who want to tell themselves that something that's flat would be the same if it's globe-shaped. A horizontal elevation profile in Google Earth. Yeah, it's horizontal. Yeah, it's measured from sea level. But that's the same as if it was globe-shaped. Yeah, idiots if you get taken in by it. It's not my fault anymore if you can't take a simple fact of flat Earth measurement and process it as exactly that. You've got to say, maybe this flat Earth prerequisite measurement that's axiomatically requiring it be flat and level, maybe that's the same as if it was globe-shaped. Then you're a dimwit, and you've only got yourself to blame.
Nathan, the guys in NTSB, are they professionals?
They're investigating people's deaths, Neil. They're about as professional as you can be.
I don't see a problem here, then.
Yeah, when they measure Earth flat with the pitch data, they're measuring Earth flat with pitch data and then investigating why they didn't remain in straight and level flight parallel with the ground, because they crashed into it. And they can see the descent over a distance that's measured horizontally. For when they left the parallel flight level and eventually crashed into the flat ground, measured with a horizontal distance on those measurements. Go ahead, Jin.
I thought it was one deck.
Go ahead, one deck. Or don't.
Sorry, I was just saying, yeah, even if you let the definition of a pitch angle definition in aeroplane navigation, it does tell you it's the pitch up from the horizontal plane, which would be the surface of Earth, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, he gave you a hard time too, right?
Well, yeah, I can't. Yeah, you don't use the word horizontal, whatever you do.
Len Leon says, come on, Nathan, everyone knows aircraft navigate Earth's curve. The aircrafts are known as air curves, after all. Thank you for the super chat. Right, I'm going to put this link to... name of this channel? The Map Reading Company in the live stream chat. So this is going to be whooshing its way by for you as an audience member to pop along to the Map Reading Company and let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots, or indeed this very pleasant videographer himself. So we're going to cover some of this particular video. I haven't actually watched it all the way through, far from it. I've watched about 30 seconds of it and then gone, this is perfect. This is what I want to be covering on the show. So if it is, or if it turns out to be an anti-flurf and me yelling and swearing at him, then I can only apologise in advance. But it was supplied by Michael Kahn, who's a genuinely good bloke. Go and subscribe to Michael Kahn. Kahn is the surname. But Michael Kahn is... I like watching Michael Kahn. He produces material. He's not always producing flat earth material, so most recently he's been covering crime. And I like that too. And I like Bruce Withers. So cool. Go and check out Michael Kahn's channel. Hopefully someone will put a link to him, but not yet. You know, I want you to toddle along to the Map Reading Company first and foremost, because we're covering him today, as much as I want to help out my one of my Patreons who's also a videographer. But we're covering this videographer who he shared with me. So Michael Kahn definitely gets a mention. But for now, I'd like you moreover to go and tell the Map Reading Company at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. The link's going by in the live stream chat, so you can do this now. I'm not saying it just for my health. If you're amongst the, let's have a look how many people, amongst the 50 odd people that are in the live stream chat currently, please do exactly that. Pop along to his channel and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube bots. And in case you're wondering why I'm saying the same thing over and over again, it's to give you, the audience, a chance to go and do exactly this. So when you come back, I'm still making the same call to action. It's like you never went anywhere, right? But I do want you to actually put a comment on his video so that he knows we've covered him. Good, bad, or indifferent. But from the first 15 seconds or whatever I covered of it, 30 seconds when I listened to it, to let Michael Kahn know, thank you. This is just exactly what I was hoping for when I asked people to give me normies doing normie stuff when they're out and about doing their do, right? That's what this guy's doing. Can you all see, is it nice and clear in the Google chat? Can you see this?
Yes.
Yep.
Right, hopefully I've given enough time for my audience to pop along to the Map Reading Company and let him know in the nicest possible way that we've covered his video. And the idea of that, in case the Map Reading Company comes to my channel and goes, why have you done that? Well, because we get censored. Yeah, YouTube, I thought they couldn't censor me anymore. I might as well say this now. I'll do my call to action. Go and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And hopefully you'd do the same for me. If you were to respond and go, no, actually, I disagree with you. You've misinterpreted what I said. What I meant was X, Y, Z. I'd hope that you'd do the same for me, Map Reading Company, and put a link to my channel, because I get heavily censored to the point now where not only do I get minimal engagement from my own audience because it doesn't go into their feeds, now, once the live stream's ended, it's made invisible by YouTube unless you've got a link to the PC version of the live stream. It won't play on a mobile device. It now says processing and is processing for approximately 18 hours. And then it goes live and is available to the audience via anything other than a PC with a link. So essentially, these videos that are dead in the water after a day anyway, which is why I do so many of them, to keep the cogs turning, are made invisible to most people for 18 hours as they're processing it. And they've started to do the same with the pre-recorded shows. So they've started to process them indefinitely. I have to keep going back to them and re-upload them. So my current video that I've spent 4 hours making yesterday isn't available to my members, and the live stream disappeared for 18 hours. So there's always another lever of censorship that they can put on me. There's always one more. Why would you need to do this? If Earth was actually measured ball shape, would you need to do any of this shit to me? No. Would I need to have 3 different jobs, making a book, flogging microphones, and being a YouTube videographer, along with being a father who homeschools? Would I need to do that if you were right about it being a globe? There'd be no need. You just prop up yourself with your globe Earth measurements and go, there you go, there's some globe Earth measurements. What actually happens? Every single globe Earth claimed to be measurement always leads to a flat Earth prerequisite in the first instance when you've actually measured the surface. Every measurement of Earth is flat. That's what we're talking about. So we need people put around us to tell you that our measurements of flat Earth are arguments that actually would be the same on a globe. You need to hide my shit from the audience for 18 solid hours before they can see my live stream after it's finished. You need to constantly process my videos so they don't actually appear at all unless I go and re-upload them. That's what YouTube will do. After removing us from the lists anyway and replacing us with anti-flat Earth material that says, oh no, I know it looks horizontal in this elevation profile. That means it's globe-shaped. Yeah, those are the people that will have the videography views directed to them. If you're arguing against flat Earth, like that guy yesterday, Dr. Blitz, he's got the same size channel as me. He had 55,000 views in 5 days on the video we covered yesterday. Now, that is deeply upsetting to somebody who spent 11 years covering this subject as a subject matter expert now, which is what I consider myself. That some wanker who can't even figure out if he's live or not can get endless views funneled towards him while my video spends its day processing after going live. Why? I'll tell you why. Because we're right. Earth's measured flat by everyone, including the globe believers. So they've got to apologise to their audience members. Yeah, it's flat, but that's because it would be easier to do it that way. Right? That's what you've got to direct the views to. Someone apologising for how flat and non-globe shaped the measurements are, because actually it'd be the same if it was globe shaped. That's what you've got to do. All the time censoring the living daylights out of me. Very, very upsetting as a long-time videographer on YouTube. I've been on YouTube for about 20 years. So 11 of them being flat Earth directly. As a subject matter expert, when I struggled to get 1,000 views and there's wankers in my comments, oh, you only get 1,000 views? Yeah, I've had 9 million views on this channel because I still do the work. I still constantly put videos out on a daily basis. So I still get my 9 million views total, even though I'm struggling to hit 1,000 on each of them. Yeah? Meanwhile, some wanker saying, yeah, look how flat this is. It's probably because it's globe-shaped. We'll get 55,000 views in 5 days, and they'll rake the money in. That's disgusting behaviour from YouTube. YouTube are scum in terms of how they treat videographers with censorship that's totally unjustified. I talk about Earth measurements. I don't say Emperor's got no clothes, but that means it would be the same if he had. I say, here's the measurements. That's it. Here's the pitch data. Pitch up with respect to horizontal. They're measuring their parallel flight level off surface level. There you go. End of statement of fact. Censor him! Process his video for 18 hours. Make sure nobody comes from his own subscription base. Don't put his video anywhere if you search him by name. Put Dave McKeegan up instead. Put Dr. Blitz up. Because then you can listen to some wanker going, I'm alive. I'm alive. Can you hear me? For 5 straight minutes. Well, me, I'm running 2 different panels, running a live show, talking to camera, arguing for the globe bollocks, and putting people in their place with flat Earth measurements. Does that mean I'll get more than 1,000 views? No. You won't even find my video for the first 18 hours after it's gone live. That's what I have to suffer. Why? You'd think it would be totally unnecessary if it was actually measured globe-shaped. It isn't. Earth is measured flat. That's why the egregious censorship from YouTube. It's necessary because you bunch of numpties believe you're on a globe and that needs to be maintained. And there's a cost involved for maintaining that lie. The facts, the truth, are easy to comprehend. So you can't have me out there in any abundance because I'd have everyone listening that's hearing the same thing. Earth's just measured flat. Go and have a look at any measurement of it and you'll know for your certain fact that Earth is measured flat, because it is.
Today, I want to talk.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you are dangerous for that, because in an empire of lies, isn't the truth the only thing you have to fear?
The truth.
Talk about triangulation pillars, or as they're more commonly known in the UK, trig points. Now, you can find trig points in every country in the world, but how they're constructed, what they look like, even what they're called is different in every country. As an example, in America, I think they're called trigonometrical stations.
Anybody familiar with these?
No, but if they're doing trigonometry, you're going to need a flat plane for that.
You're way ahead of the curve, aren't you, John? There's nothing getting past you today, I can tell.
In Australia, they're just called trig stations. South Africa would call them trig beacons, and in France, they're geodesic stations. But regardless of what they look like or what they're called, you can use those trig points, these enormous big lumps of concrete, to actually create an exact map.
Anybody seen these? Like I say, this is brand new on me and it's new on John, but nobody else answered. Does anybody have any familiarity? Has anybody ever seen one of these?
I think I may have, when I've been hiking and sort of mountain climbing. I've seen some of these knocking about, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would say the same, and I've seen it on videos as well as in real life. Yeah, seen some.
Cool. I've not.
That will precisely measure every corner of a country, down to the millimeter. So today I want to go over how that's actually done. Now,
I wonder if this is going to be globe-shaped. Well, let's find out.
Let's start from the beginning. Before you can create a map, what you need is a baseline.
Sorry, a what?
Oh.
A baseline? Obviously, this will be curved, right? Because we're going to be talking about how curvy the world is when we measure it, right? What with it being alleged with lies and deceit to be curved?
A baseline is just a precisely measured distance between 2 points.
Sorry, it's like a straight line.
I think that in general, I don't know if he's going to go there, but I know we've said it and I've said it, and where the baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth would usually be sea level.
I mean, it's hard to tell because he just sort of held his hands out.
Beginning. Before you can create a map, what you need is a baseline. A baseline is just a precisely measured distance between...
Yeah, see, he's just got his hands out in a straight horizontal fashion. Like you can almost line him up with the... I know it's a mountain, but whatever. I was going to say the horizon behind him. But he's just basically holding his hands out with 2 points that are straight, right? I mean, it's hard to tell. Maybe he'll clarify. We'll see.
Between 2 points. As an example, in 1937, the Ordnance Survey measured a distance of just over 11 kilometres along the Ridgeway footpath in southern England that later became known as the Liddington Baseline.
Go ahead.
That'd be
11 kilometres.
Hold on, Neil.
Yeah, that'd be linear, wouldn't it? I'm just going to say what Neil's probably going to say. That them distances are linear distances. That's when nobody's making that up. It's straight line distances along, so it's horizontal straight distance of, did he say 11 kilometres? I can't remember, but you get the point.
Oh, he's clarified it. He's drawn out a little diagram of a baseline, so we all know exactly what he's talking about. Go ahead, Neil.
It only goes maybe 7 miles, though. Can we get something bigger?
And that was extended outwards to make a triangle. So a
triangle, like straight lines meeting at vertices, like on screen, like it's 3 vertex points forming a triangle with 3 straight lines on the surface. Earth's being measured flat.
Another trig point was added. Another triangle was added to each side of that first one, and these triangles kept continuing outwards until every section of the country was covered. There are...
Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. There's no ifs, buts or maybes. There's no unequivocals. It's not up for debate. It's not up for discussion. That's how Earth is measured. Flat. There's no exceptions to this fact.
Yes.
That's just how it's measured. It's not a debate. It's not an argument. It's a statement of fact. Simple. Go ahead, Wondek.
Well, he's just shown like a horizontal baseline at the starting point of the two trigs, and then it's extended out all along that horizontal baseline they've shown will be all in relationship to all that extended triangulation and trig. So I suppose everything you could say was sort of on the same horizontal baseline across the region.
Yeah.
However, large it is.
Yeah, in the same way we've got the benchmarks that I covered that are a little marker on buildings and such like, sometimes on walls, something that's a permanent feature. And they give you your height off the sea level across the whole country. Now we've got a different system, also used by Ordnance Survey.
A lot of websites that will tell you just what I've said. There are a lot of videos that will tell you just what I've said.
And I want to cover all of them. Yeah, I want to cover these videos. I don't want to cover wanker, lying, scumbag, racists that say, if you see something that's flat, that axiomatically requires it to be so you can be parallel with it, that would be the same if it's globe-shaped. I don't want to cover wankers anymore. I'm sick of it. Right? I just want to cover normal people. Normal people who say, here's how we measure Earth. There's loads of videos out there that show you how we measure Earth. Flat, with a horizontal baseline, with respect to sea level. Or if you're talking about flights, parallel with the surface, measured with a height perpendicular to it for straight and level flight. These are what normal people do. They're not going, you know what? Actually, it's because it's ball-shaped that we measure it flat. Actually, this horizontal baseline that we're going to use to establish a baseline for the measurements of the surface, for this system of measurement for mapping, that's actually because it's just convenient when it's really ball-shaped. It'd be the same if it was ball-shaped. I'm sick of covering wankers. Sick of it. Even the thought of it makes me irritated. We're dealing with people who gaslight their audience into their own stupid misapprehensions when dealing with the facts of the measurements of Earth and its flat surface. Earth's measured flat, and there's a lot of people out there that just can't cope with that. YouTube are one of them. If I anthropomorphise YouTube into a person that doesn't like me spitting these facts. Now this guy, because he's not saying we're measuring Earth flat, therefore it's flat, because he doesn't form a modus ponens with his statements of absolute fact in terms of how flat Earth gets measured, he's allowed, because he's just not even thinking about it. He's not using it to make an explanation for how we're deceived into being on a bleeding ball. He's just talking about how flat we measure Earth, so he's okay, you can have a pass. Likewise,
Nathan.
He's not me saying Earth's measured flat here, because Earth's flat, as opposed to the ball religion that you were given. So I don't get that same pass. But someone who comes along and says, how Nathan says Earth's measured flat when you take a parallel measurement from surface level in pitch data from black boxes. Well, Nathan's a stupid flat earther. He doesn't understand it'd be the same if it was globe-shaped. Suddenly the NTSB data is Nathan's data. Now, if you're saying that, yeah, you can be okay too. If you're saying, you see how this altitude measurement, this profile, you see how it's horizontal and flat? That's because it's just convenient to do that. It still means we're on a ball, though. That person can get a pass. That person can be put in my place when you search for me by name. Yeah? Because I am dangerous. Because I decry your faith in a ball that doesn't exist. Meanwhile, there's plenty of normies out there, and I want to cover them all. Normies that say, yeah, it's just measured flat. And I want them to have you telling them that I've covered their video. So I'm going to do that call to action now, and then we'll go to Neil. Please let this guy know, the mapping company, or map reading company, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that we covered this video, and how flat he measured Earth, because it is. Go ahead.
Just to back that up, let's just read this out for you. The primary measurement requirements for a trig point, hashtag triangulation pillar, were to provide a stable fixed base for a theodolite, that's a elevation angle measuring tool, and to have a clear line of sight above the baseline to at least two or other trig points. This allowed surveyors to use the mathematical process of triangulation to accurately map the surrounding area.
Yeah, see, they're not saying it's measured flat. They're showing you it's measured flat.
Yeah, it goes without saying, you don't need to say it, because it's just how it's measured. It's not turning it into an argument, is he? Why would that be necessary? It's just telling you how the process is done, how the measurements of Earth are made. He doesn't need to draw a conclusion that this flat measurement of a flat baseline for a flat surface level with an eye level parallel with a different trig point in the distance, axiomatically tied to surface level baseline's flatness, means Earth's flat. It's not an argument. He's making measurements. That's the point I want to make. Because people think that it's Nathan Oakley's argument when we measure trig points flat. No, it's not an argument. That's just how we measure Earth. Ipso facto, it is flat. So you don't have to make the conclusion that it's flat when it's demonstrably measuring it that way. I'll be the one to do that. And what, is it going to be Nathan's trig points like it's Nathan's NTSB pitch data? Or Nathan's parallel eye level and surface level in straight and level flight? Nathan's suddenly all pilots? Nah. We'll cover more and more normies that just measure Earth flat. But they don't highlight that that stands in direct contradiction to how allegedly ball-shaped it is when we're measuring it flat. Because Earth is flat. If it wasn't, we wouldn't measure it flat. There's an argument. Not necessary because we've got flat Earth measurements to lean into. Like this normie's leaning into them. He's just not overtly stating that means Earth's flat. Because then he'd need censoring like I am.
Well, he'd sound like a fool if he said to start out with trigonometry, we got to use this curved baseline.
Yeah, it'd sound like a numpty, wouldn't he?
Explains the process. How do you create a triangle that may...
You don't if it's curving, because then it's not an angle.
Be 2 or 3 miles on either side. You can't...
The miles are a horizontal linear distance measurement along a flat surface, like the scales on maps.
Stretch a tape measure along it. So that's what I want to do today. I want to go through the actual process of triangulation and how you use, as I said, these lumps of concrete to map an entire country.
Flat.
I suppose the first thing to go over is what exactly is this? Is it just a lump of concrete?
Yes.
No, it's not just.
No, it is just a lump of concrete.
It is an extremely precisely positioned lump of concrete.
So just a lump of concrete then?
And what this was...
Not a lump of concrete and gold. It's a lump of concrete.
Yeah, but Nathan, I bet the top of it's level.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Would use as a base for a theodolite, and a theodolite could best be described as a telescope with an inbuilt protractor, so that you could look through the telescope.
Can I just say something there, mate?
Yeah.
I think it'd best be described as a elevation angle measuring tool. That's what it's designed for, measuring angles, elevation angles. But hey ho.
Telescope and take very precise angles.
Earth's measured flat. So if we're measuring angles from respect to the baseline and you're establishing the baseline on the top of this piece of concrete, it's just a piece of concrete. I'm only joking, I'm messing with the guy. Anyway, then you're measuring angles for the surface. What's that? I can hear it crying out from the anti-flat Earth realm. It's not the surface! It's measuring the frickin' surface, Dumbos.
From an object that was...
I bet, Nathan, sorry, I bet, like you said, these were, I don't know when these were built or established, but the theodolite you have to level the theodolite up, and get it level. Hence why the top of that will be level. So the theodolite is working correctly to get the correct angle measurement. I notice I'm not mentioning anything about curvature yet.
A long way away. Now these are always sighted so that you can see 2 other trig points in some direction. So the surveyor could use his theodolite, which would be placed onto the top, and he could then take bearings or angles to nearby trig point. Each trig point has its altitude marked on a map, and that is simply the difference between the trig points and the average sea level, which in the UK is defined as a line marked on the wall.
So yeah, so they're all in reference to sea level, these trig points. Yeah, not only are they level and all horizontal distances between them on a baseline that's equal to all of them, they're all in reference to the 0 degree baseline that we call sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level.
They have to be.
Do I need to say it again? I think I will, just for brevity. Earth is measured flat. Earth is surveyed flat. Earth is flown over flat. Earth is navigated flat. Earth is flat.
In the harbour at Newlyn in Cornwall. It's known as Ordnance Datum. Now, whereabouts on the trig point is the actual height? Is it the top, or is it the bottom, or in the middle? Now, remember, we're talking millimetres here, so it has to be precise. Most trig points have one of these. They have a flush bracket. If they've never had a flush bracket, then the registered height is the nearest piece of natural ground. So if they have got a flush bracket, then the height marked on a map is of the flush bracket. Let's have a zoom in on this just so you know what I'm talking about.
Height is a measurement from sea level. Elevation is what he's referencing when he talks about his flush point or the nearest piece of actual ground. Again, just to reiterate, Earth is measured flat. There's no ambiguity here, is there?
No, but it contradicts what Dr. Brooks was saying yesterday.
He's a wanker who couldn't even cope with his own live stream for the first 5 minutes of it.
So this is a trig point flush bracket. This is what they look like in the UK. They're called flush brackets just because they sit flush to the trig points.
Hold on, I'm writing this down. Flush.
Shit, flush.
What you've got here is you've got 4 holes, you've got some letters, OSBM, which just stands for Ordnance Survey Benchmark.
So it's a benchmark.
Yep.
I've already covered this. It's a benchmark then. So it's with respect to the sea level. That's what it is.
You've also got a 3-pronged arrow.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's flush, so that means it's only touching it at one point, like a tangent, right?
Now, I'd imagine that it's parallel with the surface level at 90 degrees to it because it's vertical on this piece of concrete.
And then a number. Sometimes they have a letter prefix to the number. Contrary to what I've heard many people say, this number has nothing whatsoever to do with the height of this trig point. All it is it's a ledger reference. So
yeah, it's the book number. So it's where if you're ascribing a particular value so that you can look up that benchmark. Now, the ones that I've seen don't even have a number. You just have to know where it is. So you look it up based on its location. So mine, it's St. Mary Magdalene's Church. And then you go to the church and you find the benchmark. And then you'd have to look up the values ascribed to that benchmark. So he's saying this is no different because obviously in this instance, there's no church there. So what are you going to reference it with? You need something to put in the, as he put it, ledger, or put it in the book, basically. What do you put in the book? Well, you put the number that's on the flush point. I wrote it down.
So that the Ordnance Survey can identify this specific trig point and, as opposed to any others. So the 4 holes at the top, what would happen is a attachment would be attached. An attachment will be attached, is that?
I'll just write this down.
Correct? Yeah, that'll do.
Attachment will be attached. Got it.
An attachment will be attached to the flush bracket, which would allow a metal plate to be placed onto
attached
to the top of the 3-pronged arrow. The actual height of this trig point, the registered height, is the precise point at the top of the 3-pronged arrows. Now, it's impossible to get hold of these attachments anymore.
I can only just make it out, but it is actually the same thing as an actual Ordnance Survey benchmark. So the 3-pronged arrow he's talking about, it looks like a table. It also looks a bit like a spaceship, but it's a straight line with 3 lines pointing at it. It's a literal benchmark, so it's a pre-made iron version of what's chiseled into the side of the church when I showed my video on benchmarks. It's just the same thing, but manufactured. to go into
Yeah, I was
this
going to
concrete
bring that
level.
up, Nathan.
What?
Sorry. I remember you going over that with Brian.
Yeah.
Because they're from the 1930s, 1960s time. So I made my own. So this is what it looks like. I don't pretend to be a carpenter, but I'll have a go at most things. And what would happen is that would, the circular sections at the top of the attachment would be inserted into the top holes, and then that would secure it.
That's cool. I like that a lot. Thank you. I think that's ace. I love a widget or a dongle.
Then they would get a piece of metal, and they would run it along the top of the attachment into the flush bracket so that it's sitting on the top of the three-pronged arrows. Using a spirit level, they would...
Sorry, what do we need that for?
That is it?
What's that
Oh,
for?
it's not a curveball.
It's a
Everyone's
level,
triggered.
not a curveball.
So why do we need this? Is it because we're going to axiomatically tie it to the perpendicularity 90 degrees to the surface level with this tool called a spirit level? I'm going to go with yeah. Let's just say it again just for brevity. Yeah, Earth is measured flat. There's no exceptions. Shout out to Michael Kahn, right? Can someone dig out Michael Kahn's channel and share it in the YouTube live stream, please? One of my mods, hopefully, if there's a mod in the house. Can someone dig out Michael Kahn's channel so we can share him? He gave me this video, and this is exactly what I was hoping for, right? Somebody who's substantially bigger than myself. He's got 161,000 subscribers. So it's not like people are unfamiliar with him, right? He's been obviously doing it long enough to build up a decent audience, and he has got one. And he's got a video with 500,000 views, 536,000 over a couple of years. Fantastic. This is exactly the kind of stuff I want to cover. Can you tell by my demeanour, right? I'm not spitting feathers like I was in the pre-show, dealing with shills and racists. I'm just dealing with a normal guy who's happy to share his knowledge of how flat he's going to measure Earth. Look how delighted he is with telling you... Hold on, what did he say it was again? Attached. Oh, he's attached this. He's delighted with himself, isn't he? He's not cognitively dissonant. He's not apologising for how globe-shaped it isn't, is he? He's just telling you how it's done. And how is it done? It's done flat. Because that's how Earth's measured. There's no exceptions to it. Now, if we were to measure it anything other than flat, we'd measure it that way. We don't, though. We just measure Earth flat. Because Earth is flat. Exactly as we measure it, like this guy's going through. And any guy, any girl, anybody who measures Earth will have to do. They all measure Earth flat. Because Earth's always measured flat. There aren't any exceptions. What there are numbskulls and deceivers who'll tell you, well, this flat measurement's only because it's convenient to measure it that way. That's what you'll get.
Would simply make sure that the top of the attachment was perfectly level. Mine isn't. Hang on.
Perfectly level, something you don't have on a sphere, by the way. The belief in a sphere that's derived from these flat Earth measurements that we make the maps with, that's level. Deviation thereof is not something that you can ever be afforded in this process. Notice how he's not measuring Earth curve shape. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on, mate. Sorry.
I was just going to add that by saying, notice he's not measuring it curvy. He's measuring it flat.
Yeah, that's not a curval, it's a level. But I agree totally, Nathan. These videos, it's like, it's just confirming everything we've been saying and going over. But it's so nice and enjoyable to hear a professional go over what we're saying without listening to nonsense. It's great. Continue down this road, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a guy in chat saying it's flat doesn't mean it's flat. Show the data. Well, here you go. Here's a guy showing you right now.
I want that
how
person
Earth is
banned.
flat.
Yeah, just ban that person, whoever you are. If you're in my mod, that person that's pouring scorn on this very, very nice gentleman and saying what just because he's measuring it flat doesn't mean it's flat. Ban that person. Please?
Yeah, I did. I timed him out.
Good.
Let me just adjust it slightly?
Just for the record, if that person that got banned wants to moan, you can go to this guy's video and say, Nathan Oakley says that when you were measuring it unequivocally flat with triangles and flat baselines, he was saying that that means Earth's flat. Yeah, I was, and I absolutely encourage everybody to do the same. But what I'm not going to have is shill shitbags in my chat stream trying to undermine me. Because it's not me you're undermining, it's him. The guy we're covering, who's measuring Earth flat. Not me, but you'll tell me and my audience that that doesn't mean it's flat. Well, is he measuring it anything else other than flat? No, he's just measuring it flat. But it needs you to undermine that fact, doesn't it, globe believer? Well, you're just going to get banned. I'm tired of it. Tired of your shit and your cognitive dissonance being poured on my audience. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. You want to come here and gaslight us and say, just because you say it's flat. No, he's making measurements. He's telling you how the Ordnance Survey measured the entire country. But you want to tell me that's just us saying it? No, he's demonstrably showing how Earth gets measured and it's flat. But you say otherwise. Bye-bye, you're getting banned. And so will every one of you shitbag lying gaslighters who come along to say, just because this man unequivocally must axiomatically measure it flat for Ordnance Survey to utilise it, doesn't mean it's flat. Piss off, get lost, you're getting banned.
Yeah, don't even react to them. They're absolute idiots, they are. So from now on, we don't... I mean, why have we even tried to argue with people are saying level's not level anyway, and horizontal's not horizontal? It's absolutely absurd. These people need to sign themselves into a lunatic asylum. I mean, this guy's great. He's showing us how it's done in reference to sea level, horizontal. It's used the other lights, elevation angle measuring tools. Fantastic.
Yeah, what you can do, you can click on the link and you can either cower in fear and moan about how I've got a mute button, or you can come try and gaslight me and have your asshole ripped through your throat. That'd be saying you're going to have me shouting at you on a live stream? Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Or you can go, Nathan's got a mute button. If you had a decent enough argument, in this case it would be a measurement of Earth's sphericity, you'd present it and you'd put me in my place. You'd shut me up. Instead, you can only do that with censorship. But the cowering, cuck, moaning globetards have to say, Nathan's got a mute button. I've got an open door. You can come in, I'll listen to you. Tell me how, just because he's measured it flat and detailed how flat it must be, just because he's using a spirit level and describing axiomatic principles of perpendicularity and level, doesn't mean it's exactly what he's just described for the last 10 straight minutes. You can tell me that, and then I'll rip your teeth through your mouth. That's what I'll do, metaphorically speaking. Because it's nonsense gaslighting from idiots who just want to believe that in spite of us unequivocally measuring Earth flat, doesn't mean it's flat. Get lost. You can have a verbal ass whooping, but you're not going to do it in my comment section or my chat. You'll just be banned. Yeah? If you're one of my mods, that's me giving you free reign. When you see these gaslighting scumbags coming to my chat to say, just because this man's measured it flat 6 ways from Sunday doesn't mean it's flat. Ban them permanently. They can still come in, they can come in through the Discord server, and they can be verbally chastised by me. Or they can go somewhere else and moan about how scary Nathan is.
Well, to be fair, Nathan, before you go on, he was talking about the pitch data, but I brought it up because this guy right now is demonstrating it. So here you go.
Right, let's do a few super chat shout-outs, as there's been several that have gone by that I haven't actually shouted out, so let's do that first. Shout out to click, who says Philemon, I think he's talking about a chat participant maybe. Verse 3.
No, that's Bible.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Viet fam. I just prayed for you and even our enemies. Did you feel it? Did you get it? Goosebumps. Peace sign. Okay. Thank you very much for the super chat. Click. Also, Len Lennox. Curverts bum their imaginary curve. That's depraved on multiple levels, Len. But thank you for the super chat.
I would like to consider the following argument in this position, and it goes something like this. Nuh-uh.
Oh, hold on. Everyone be quiet. Oh, shh. No. I'll I got it written down. I'll figure out a way to rebut it later.
And then what they would do is they would get I can only describe it as a large ruler. I couldn't find one other than a very expensive one on Amazon, so I thought I'd make my own. This would then sit on top of the attachment, and whoever was taking a theodolite reading from another hilltop or somewhere else could simply put their crosshairs on the ruler, and let's say that they put their crosshairs on number 5.
This principally can only work if you've got the two on the same plane of reference. Otherwise, this fails, doesn't it?
Yes.
They would know that that was 5 inches or yards or whatever above the flush bracket.
Only if they're on the exact same plane of reference. So they must be and are axiomatically tied to the same flat planar surface level. The baseline, the one he described first off. So in other words, how can I phrase this in a concise way? Earth's measured flat.
Basically showing there, like, you know, the line of sight parallel to surface level across a large distance, linear distance, that is.
Yeah, it's parallel. You've got to have a baseline for them to both tie to the same measurement level. That's why you're going through this process, to make sure it's level with the other point.
Brackets work on...
Sounds a bit like the... so it sounds like the curve calculator measurements in the first instance, before them measurements was calculated into a curve.
Yeah, as in they're utilising the surface level and parallel eye level. Yes, that's correct.
Ordnance Survey trig points. One of the questions I get asked quite often when I'm talking about this subject...
It's going to go downhill real quick now if he starts talking about ball-shaped stuff. We'll see.
...is how do you actually measure a distance across valleys and lakes and what have you that may be...
With a horizontal linear distance measurement that will be ascribed at the end of it. So the measurement process is what it'll go through, but the end result is horizontal and linear in terms of the actual ascribed value. Doesn't matter if it's miles or kilometres.
2 or 3 miles apart. I'm going...
That would be a flat horizontal linear ascribed to that value, 3 in this instance, miles in the value. That's a flat Earth distance that he's just given you.
To explain how you measure a location of a new trig point. Now, this is my group survival shelter, but it'll do for our... This is our new trig point. So I'm just going to throw it in that direction, into the long grass. So here we go. I can't actually see it now.
What he needed was a comedic sound effect from a woman going, ow! That would have been a lot funnier. Anyway.
I hope I can find it in the long grass. What I've got is I've got T1, trig 1, and over there is T2, trig 2. So we know
dun 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 dun.
That T1 to T2
dun 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 dun.
I just got that.
Is 1, 2, 3. So it's 12.
Na, 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 na.
12.34 miles, 12.34 meters, 12.
So is it just me, or is this flat? I can't see because you got the text on it. Let's just turn these subtitles off.
No, that's flat.
Is it just me, or is it just Earth being measured flat again? Oh my God, I can't really think of the concise way of putting this. Earth's measured flat. It's because it's flat. There's no other way to measure it. There's no exceptions to how it's measured. It is always measured flat. What's that? Just because he's measured it flat in many different ways, it still means it's flat. You don't have to draw that conclusion. It's demonstrable in the measurements here. Earth's measured flat.
12.34 yards, or rods, or chains, or furlongs, or
any horizontal ascribed to the distance, flat and linear that it is.
Whatever the unit of measurement of that particular country is. So we need to work out, we only know the distance between those 2 points. We need to now work out the sides of our triangle to our new trig point that seems to have disappeared into the long grass. I'm sure we'll find it. So let's go through now how you actually do that. Those 2 points there, T1 and T2.
Dun 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 dun.
trig 1 and trig 2, we know that the distance is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 12.34 between them. We also know from a previous survey that the compass bearing from T1 to T2 is 134, so the back bearing must be 314. So I found my new trig point. It's just here, so we'll drop this back where it is. So this is going to become, we've got T1 and T2. We'll call this, I don't know, TN, trig new. Now, I don't have a theodolite, A, because they're very expensive for a proper one. And also I teach I teach navigation and map reading with a handheld compass. The most accurate compass I've got is this. This is the Francis Barker M73. You can take bearings down to 30 minutes with these. 30 minutes, by the way, don't forget there are 360 degrees in a circle, and each degree can be divided into 60 minutes. So 30 minutes is half a degree. In fact, you probably take it down to 15 minutes, a quarter of a degree, if you're really, held it properly. So let's have a look. I need to take a bearing from here to T1. So let's have a look. I'll do it properly. Put my thing up. So there's my bearing, looking down, keep it really still. The most accurate bearing I can get on this is 202.5. So I've got 202.5 degrees from here to T1, trig 1. Now,
no. He can't say from on a ball. That's not how that works.
Yeah, but he's not measuring a ball.
Oh, yeah. That's right. They never do.
Remember that the bearing was 134. So the difference between 202.5 and 134 is, hang on, I should have got a calculator, 68.5 degrees. So I know that the angle of the triangle from this point here to T1 is 68.5. So I'm going to do exactly the same to T2, and then we'll go and draw it on our outdoor classroom board. So here we go. So from T1, which is here, the new point is approximately here, and we've got the angle there. And this angle here is 68.5. So we also did the same to T2, and we had an angle of 51.5 there. Look at this. I mean, this is production value. Now, if you remember from school, the internal angles of a triangle must all add up to 180. So 51.5, 68.5, which means that the angle at TN, trig new, is 60 degrees. Obviously,
Okay, I mean, I think I've seen enough. I don't know if there's anything else to this video that would help us in our endeavours. It's pretty obvious what he's doing, how he's doing it, what it requires Earth to be, because that's how he's measuring it. What do you think? Do you think I need to continue?
So that 180 that it adds up to, so when they take 3 different points in 3 different areas and try to make it add up to 180, it never will. So I didn't understand the argument back then either.
Well, that's just not how it's measured, is it, Neil? When you take a reified sphere and say that angles won't measure up to it, that number one, they're not dealing with angles, are they? Their nonsensical non-argument defies how Earth is actually being measured, doesn't it?
Yeah, because he's taking us through it now. It's smaller triangles, and they keep doing triangles. Brian was telling us that. They do it with triangles.
I think from what we've seen so far, I mean, what you can sort of if you've just had a quick view of that, is like you've got these trig points. They're all in relationship to each other along a horizontal baseline, and you can keep extending them out across a region or country or town.
Yes.
Yeah, and they'll have something else in common. They've got information on them that will give you the height above sea level. So they're in reference to sea level. They're in reference to each other along a baseline. They're set up to use an instrument which is designed to measure elevation angles, which is the theodolite. So it sounds like it's all triangulation, angle measurements, level, sea level. So I think the point's been made. I think Earth's measured flat.
If we could help Nathan with his censorship by saying, you know what, that's why it's really a big ball.
No, but it isn't. You can't do this if it's a really big ball. That's the point, isn't it? And I'm not going to... No, I'm not going to do that, right? So there is a temptation to do a ranty flat earth or a Jeranism and go, you know what? Life's too short. If I want to be algorithmically favoured, if I want popularity, I just have to go against every fibre of my being and lie and say, this process that is unequivocally flat and can only be done on a flat earth using flat earth measurements, flat earth prerequisites, horizontal baselines, angles, surface level, eye level, parallel, all of these axiomatic principles that are being used for a measurement of Earth's surface, they're just because it's ball-shaped. I'm not going to do that. Now, I'll suffer the consequences of YouTube censoring me for 18 hours solid on my live show and processing it. Processing it? What's the process? Meanwhile, your shill and your shitbag anti-flat earthers will get 50,000 views over the space of 5 days when they figure out if they're live or not. Yeah? That's what I will suffer. Because the truth is easy to understand. Understanding how ball-shaped it is because of all of what we've just gone through is cognitively expensive, it's cognitively difficult, and it'll leave you losing sleep. I'm not going to be the one responsible for that. I'm just going to tell you how Earth's measured. Flat. I'm not going to say that means it's ball-shaped. Or, well, if it was ball-shaped, it'd be the same as this flat measurement that we've just shown 6 ways from Sunday. I'm not going to do that. Yeah? I'm not going to sacrifice my integrity. I'd rather take up a fourth job.
And good for you. Thank you.
Shout out to Len Lennox. Earth is obviously and observably measured flat. Therefore, Earth's a sphere. You've got the same sense of humour as John. Because that's what John just did. Very funny. Oh, I didn't see the emojis. He's then got a laughing face, a clown, and then a ball Earth. Very funny, Len. I love it. Absolutely wonderful. Right, is there any other comments that anybody wants to make? Before we round out the live show, that is. Nope. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Yeah, if Earth was a globe and they're surveying, there would be massive drop points. Somewhere would have to drop. And it doesn't. It's just all measured flat. That freaking AI overlord got my balls twisted this morning.
You don't understand, Neil, that those old tools we use to accurately measure things, but they're not accurate enough that we have to use an algorithm to reprocess the data, then we can claim that it's less accurate than it was before.
Ooh, yeah, I like that. Yeah. I'm going to rub that on me.
It's like they say, well, we've got all this technology that we can do it so accurately, but this dude, Al Baruni, had a couple of sticks and he did it super accurate. Except when we calculated it, we now calculate it with an algorithm that says it's not right.
They refracted. When you get a chance, I posted them Master B there. They're like clips of AI and me. I couldn't get the meme at the end when I was challenging with the 30,000 feet. But, yeah, you'll hear him in there spewing his nonsense.
That is so weird, a place to pick to die on, like if you're going to pick your battles, don't die on an anthill. You know what I mean? It was weird to me. Why would you want to? It's not contentious. Measuring Earth isn't flat is not contentious. Why are people arguing with that?
Because it's not raw data. It's algorithm. It's post data. Its subsystem has a fusion algorithm. And so the actual measurements are done prior to the fusion algorithm. So the end user output interface data is post algorithm. But it's measured, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, okay, you want to ignore that, but all measurements of Earth are flat. That is not. Why is a flat earther arguing against Earth being flat?
That's what I asked him. I said, "Well, why would you fight against this? What are you, a effing agent?" He's like, "No, it's just that when you bring an argument, you better." I said, "That's where you're wrong. It's not an argument. These are just statements of fact."
He's one of those people that I can't think it's an apologeticist. No, he's apologizing because he's upset somebody because he's told them they're wrong, but he wants to apologize and make them feel better about it. That's what it is.
That's crazier than a shit-starved rat.
What's an apologist? They they tell you some bad news, but then apologize for giving you bad news.
It's a joke.
AI overlord doesn't know Earth is flat.
I don't know what his deal is, but I believe it's directly stemmed to Brian because he was spewing that. He was glorying in the whole thing that happened with Adam and Brian. He was justifying himself. I said, well, you didn't show me anything. Yeah, I showed people on your panel. I think he's referring to you. You were just too emotional to see it. I'm like, look, here's the deal with me. When I'm rolling with you, I'm rolling with you until you show me something otherwise. And to be honest, none of you were clear on it. He thinks he was justified in coming in and telling Brian to shut the F up 20,000 times that time. Because look at everybody in chat. They all agree with me. He was just rambling on. I said, no, I think Brian had him in that one. I didn't have him. Go listen back. I debunked that he had him. How can you debunk that somebody had somebody cornered? Really? It sounds like ego to me. That's why I changed his name to AI Ego Lord. I think he's going after QE. I think I heard him say that too. QE's next to something with refraction. There's a flaw in his argument with refraction. I didn't want to hear about that.
Oh, yeah. That's just so awesome. These statements of fact are arguments that he can disagree with and then come after us for making them. Yeah, that's great.
Well, he's always been anti-FED. Even before anything transpired with anybody, he used to come in and be a freaking scutch. Never agreed with how he took care of business here. All right, so then go away. Go away and argue all day long about how Earth's not a globe. Keep debunking the globe. Go ahead. We're going to talk about statements of fact here, how Earth is measured flat. You don't have to join in. It's not going to change the fact.
I still don't get that. Like, after somebody's pointed out to you that any argument they make will be fallacious because of the measurements taken are of a plane of reference, all arguments must, they have to be fallacious after that point. Why would you want to continue to argue?
Because they want to argue for it not being a ball. They don't want to state the fact that it's flat. So basically, the conclusion I'm coming to is he don't know it's flat.
Well, see, there's two options really are: is he doesn't know it's flat, or he does, and he's doing this on purpose.
Well, if you want, you could argue with the pitch data all day long, but NTSB, they use it, like Nathan says, they use it when investigating crashes. And like Jim said, it'll hold up in court. So what are you fighting against? Because it's an algorithm? Post measurement?
No, it's the algorithm is taking data points, right, and placing them next to each other. Like what do you think that algorithm's doing? You know what I mean? Like you need more than just to say it's an algorithm, you know?
No, it's post measurement. Okay, so when the plane levels off at, let's say, 20,000 feet and flies 20,000 feet for 500 miles, what is that in reference to? How are they getting that 20,000 feet for 500 miles? It's measured with air pressure, right? And it maintains 20,000 feet because it's off sea level, right?
Yeah. If that's how they measure it, that's how they measure it.
Well, then what's the story? Then you're demonstrating without a shadow of a doubt that Earth is flat over that distance. And then you could fly another 500 miles and it'll be flat over that distance as well.
Absolutely. That's why I say I use the aeroplane as a measuring tool. When I'm traveling from point A to point B, I'm measuring flatness over a distance. It's the tool, isn't it? It's the number one tool for me.
I always said it. Light's a biggie.
From the beginning. I said it from the very beginning. Aeroplanes prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, the airplane wouldn't be the measuring device. It would just be, means of transportation across the flat plane.
Right.
Yeah, it's that tool. Yeah. Point A to point B, we're flying over a distance. I'm measuring the distance with the aeroplane. That's what we're doing. And no curvature there.
Right. I mean, the pilot comes on the air and says, flying level at 30,000 feet for the next 200 miles.
And the estimated time of arrival will be at so p.m.
The stewardesses will let you know when we're in a descent, and you'll buckle in for safety. But they got that measurement from somewhere. Oh, from the altimeter. And that's measuring the air pressure.
All right. And then you've got your distance from the ocean or from land, from mean sea level, as one deck would say. I mean.
Yeah, he came after AI. They came after one deck in there because he was coming in and he wanted to constantly talk about the elevation angle because it demonstrates that Earth is flat. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. And they nicknamed him the elevation angle guy. Yeah. And they gave him a hard time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Why would they do that? Why would they do that to a fellow flat earther that's doing his job well? Precise, concise. Why make an enemy of your own people?
Let me ask you a question, Jen. You're sitting here now.
Because there are a bunch of cunts.
If somebody came in from, let's just throw one out there. Let's say Earth Awakenings. A guy comes in and he's got this really good flat Earth proof. We're going to get on board with it if it's airtight, right?
I'm going to praise him for that. And I'm going to say, I'm going to use what you do because that's good. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah.
And that's what you did. You went in there all excited to talk about pitch data, and AI Overlord had an issue with you.
Yeah. to the point
they don't have an issue. Like their issue's not with the pitch data. Their issue is with the group of people that popularized that talking point.
Yeah, well, he claims
their
no,
problem.
it has nothing to do with it. But when I know it does, and you know it does.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. When someone brings some evidence forward, we always vet it, and we can seem like assholes when we're vetting information. You know what I mean? Like, so is that what was happening, or was he just being an a-hole?
He's just being an a-hole. He's just being an a-hole. Let me explain what happened here. As soon as this data came out, and I've been arguing this flight thing for a long time, I just hadn't ever seen the in-flight telemetry data, you see. Now, when that was given to me, that just elevated me to space, even though we can't get there. You know what I mean? My energy power just went up, and I just said, right, from now on, I don't want to hear any flat earther losing debates over aeroplanes flying over the earth. Here's the in-flight telemetry data, which was done by QE, Brian's Logic, and Nathan Oakley and Brian, and Adam Aiken, right? They've taken their time to do this, right? So I expect you to be using this material. That's how I said it to them in the 24/7, to them in the Earth Awakenings, medicinal mass media. I said, I don't want to hear any flatter losing the debate on this one, right?
And I say Adam Aiken. Adam Aiken.
Yeah, Aiken. Yeah, Aiken.
Yeah, I just want to say my prediction was right. I suggested that Adam, the trumped-up secretary, people wouldn't even remember his name by Christmas. That's what I said.
I knew you were going to come in with that. I was waiting.
Very, very forgettable. Very forgettable individuals. Yeah, that needed to parasitically put their name on my book. Yeah, just wanted to note that already people can't even remember his fucking name.
Adam Merkin?
Adam Merkin, Adam Aiken, whatever the fuck his name was, the parasitical thief. He won't be remembered by Christmas.
I'm sure it is
Merkin. For all the wrong reasons, if anything.
Well, here's the thing. Jin's 100% right, and they tried to shoot it down, and I think it's because the people that brought it forward. Now, if AI was to bring some outstanding flat Earth proof, we would jump on it and use it.
Yeah.
The thing is, he hasn't.
Yeah, I'd steal it. I steal everyone's good flat Earth stuff. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Now, if the individual's making something wrong,
maybe not steal, but I mean, I'll give them credit for it if they originated it. But I take everyone's stuff that's good. I don't discriminate.
Okay, fine. But if somebody's doing something wrong, you might point it out to them. That's wrong, but you're still going. He's going to be leaving, not being schooled, but being just advised and helped, encouraged, not talking down to, flattened out, and making you look like you're a wally or something. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And he tried to make you look like you didn't know what you were talking about, Jim.
Exactly. He's making an enemy of himself because, like I said, if I saw him on the street, I wouldn't help him out. Not after he's taken down, like, one deck. And nice people like that, you don't want to associate with people who are doing that to do good people. You don't. You just don't want to associate with people like that. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I saw him on the street, wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. That's how I feel. You know what I mean?
So AI overlord, when a plane is flying level at 30,000 feet, how are they getting that measurement?
Exactly.
What do you mean? Hold on, let me finish. AI overlord, answer. They're just flying a plane, dude.
Stupid.
Why is he flying the plane, homie? Their rover's going to say it's perpendicular to the center of gravity, so it's a non-argument.
Yeah, flying a plane. They're just flying a plane, dude.
Dude, that's a stupid answer. I said,
no, it's being measured with the air pressure is being measured with an altimeter, and that's reading 30,000 feet.
Yeah,
off a flat plane.
Sorry, Neil. Distance traveled is being measured. How long it's taken is being measured. What the wind's condition, what the weather condition was, is all being recorded. A lot of things are being recorded during the flight. A whole bunch of things.
You know who uses it too?
Go on.
The NTSB guys using it.
Well, I know
there's a
that.
crash.
Yeah, the
they pull a black box out and they get all the info.
Yeah, the NTSB. I know they use it because they need it. They have to have that record in case something goes wrong with the plane. They've got to have all that data. That's by law. That's raw. That's vital data, that is. Without it, they couldn't even get their insurance for the plane.
And those are professionals.
Yeah,
reading that.
Absolutely.
It's just Nathan Oakley's data. It's nothing to do with life or death pitch information being studied by the NTSB, that's the National Transportation Safety Board, when they potentially could use their data to prosecute people. And literally people have been put behind bars based on their investigation. It's just my data. And anybody who uses it and says it's flat, well, they're just idiots.
I do wonder, what did people do before Nathan invented celestial navigation?
Or mapping.
They just pointed and said, let's go over there.
Yeah.
Can I have the Earth curve calculator? I want the Earth curve calculator.
I don't know why they like to make an enemy of everything. You know, no, that just shows you that they don't know how to unite and, you know, be with other people. Because like I've said before, there are many roads to getting this flat earth out. There isn't just one standard. There can never be. Too many roads.
They keep saying, Jim, it's not. They don't like that argument. It's not an argument. It's just a statement of facts. There's pitch data required from, you know, flights, and that's referencing the horizontal plane. Yeah, it's not an argument. No, but some people are different servers. It's not a good argument. We don't want to use that argument. It's not a bloody argument.
No, it's a statement of fact. It's precise, concise, and you can take it to a court of law and win your case with it. So I'm sorry. You know, when you told me what you said yesterday, it just made me feel even less wanting to be a friend with that guy, AI. After he said, you know, after the hassle you got for nothing. You do all your hard work over the years and you get hassled by nobody at the end of the day. Who is AI on this earth? Who is he? How does he improve your life? How? He doesn't improve my life.
It's not raw data.
It's just a pain in the ass. It's more than anything else. For what it's worth, it's just a pain in the fucking ass.
It's not raw data, Jen. It's post-processed data. It's what's recorded, not the actual instrumentation.
Then you're a machine gun go.
What he's saying is writing it down, processing it onto the graph means that it's not measurements of a flat Earth. We covered this in the pre-show. It's akin to saying, well, because you've put EQ on this singer's voice, that means they're not singing. That's what he's saying.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Silly.
Exactly. It's still a singer's voice.
It doesn't matter about whoever it was, it doesn't matter what he says, that he doesn't like this. So what? We don't care what you like. We're just pointing out facts. Not pointing out. We're spitting out facts, bro.
Yeah. Is AI banned from this server, by the way? Is he banned from this server, AI?
I told him, get his ass in here and present your case.
Yeah, no one's answering my question. Is he banned from the server?
I don't know.
Not that
I believe he is.
No, I don't think so, no.
Right.
I thought
why he won't come in here, I don't know. Because that's what he said to me. I think he said he was kicked out and banned or something.
Oh, he might be then.
Well, Nathan would know, wouldn't he? Nathan would know, wouldn't he?
I'll ask Righteous. Give me a minute.
Yeah,
let me just explain that to Jin. Hold on.
That's what he told me. He was banned for the server.
No, Jin.
And he was being called a shield. That's what he said to me.
Jin, no, because I don't run the server. So this bit that you're in now, this is my bit, right? So you're in the paid for, nice, friendly, under my control Google Hangouts, or Meet, as it's now called. This is mine. I run this and manage this, where you are now. Discord, right. I am lucky and proud and privileged enough to be offered the use of someone else's server that I do not manage, is not mine, and I have almost no control over.
Right. I now understand. Thank you.
Now,
so you know.
Just one other thing, John, sorry. If I didn't have currently 3 jobs, maybe I'd run my own server. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was wondering that, yeah.
Yeah, John, sorry.
Oh, no, because I was going to, point out that pornography isn't naked people because there's an algorithm placing those frames in order on a video screen. So the emperor isn't naked. your argument is null and void.
Yeah,
You're putting your
you're not
argument
sniffing the smells of the porno shoot when you watch it on a video screen, so therefore they're not really shagging each other.
Like you said earlier, don't it, even that the straight and level flight one we went over the other month, just in that little aeroplane. The guy was mainly, like you said earlier, but when we watched it, he was using he's looking at reference points in reference to the plane and the horizon, the horizontal horizon. So he was using, natural observations of nature.
Yeah, he said baseline, didn't he? He said baseline with his arms out either side. Baseline.
Yeah, but I mean, so they're referencing the tip of the wing above the horizon and the distance between the left and right wing. If you get them the sort of same level, then you can presume that you're in, you're flying horizontal to the horizon and keeping the horizon at a certain distance above a point on the airplane's windscreen. So you can use all these things to keep in straight and level flight. We know it's flying straight and level. It's straight and level for crying out loud.
Just arguing for argument's sake. I don't know what it is anyway, but it's stupidity really at the end of the day. No wonder he ends up getting called a shill.
Jealousy.
He gets called a shill apparently. He said they're calling me a shill.
Pride.
Yeah, shill means you're promoting something. It's the guy who's behind the table having a friend on the other side of the table. The metaphor is the globe is the con man behind the table. The shill is the guy that says, if this was globe-shaped, it would look the same. Yeah, I'm calling you a shill. Absolutely unequivocally, I'm going to call you a shill, because you're shilling for the bleeding globe when you say something that's flat and measured flat would be the same if it was globe-shaped. That makes you a shill.
Yeah. He's saying the data would read the same on the in the graph. That's the point he was trying to make.
So it wouldn't matter if you lifted all of the different cups, you'd still find the P was under the middle one, says the guy who's not the guy running the grift. Yeah, shill.
Or an agent. Same thing.
Yeah.
But you couldn't. Hang on. You can't say that because you can't say that because we've got the Earth curve calculator, right? It shows us how Earth's measured with, using the, we went through it yesterday. So nobody can, I hate that when they say, well, on a globe, what globe have you tried this out on? Because we've got no measurements of a globe for one. So this has never been, you can't back that statement up, by the way. It's only ever been done over a flat Earth, which we can show you the Earth curve calculator, and now it was measured to get the calculation of a globe, which doesn't exist.
I've heard AI make that argument that when you haven't experienced the globe, so how can you make the claim? How can you back the claim up, sort of thing?
He's doing that.
Yeah.
How dare he say on a globe it would read the same thing? He's never flown over a globe, which it wouldn't anyway. It's ridiculous. There is no globe. And if a plane started pitching down and not pitch up, then there'd be accidents all over the place.
Yeah, he was trying to say that you couldn't know that you were flying on a globe. That's what he was trying to say to me. That I said I would know if the plane is flying over a globe because you cannot be horizontal for 9.5 hours on a plane traveling 6,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers. That's impossible. Where's the curved trajectory? It has to be there. That's what I said to him.
Well,
the whole journey. You know what it would read?
It
would read in the pitch data.
Yeah, but not only the pitch data, it would be in your own senses. Listen, before the pitch data came along, your senses was the one that was working with the plane. Okay? That pitch data and that black box came well after that. So you would know if you were going to do a curved trajectory. That's why I asked that when I came in. When I first came in and George was there and everyone, I said, okay, let's remove all instruments. Would you know you were taking a curved trajectory in your aeroplane? Of course you would. Because you're going to put you're going to input it in there to do the loop. You're going to do that. It's not going to do it by itself, is it? So I'm going to know when the plane is flying over a globe, Earth ball, taking a curved trajectory. You're going to notice that. I don't care what you say.
Well, It's from A to B. It's referencing sea level, isn't it? You know, all the way.
Yeah. Right.
Sea level.
And as soon as it starts to deviate from the level, right, the plane is going to, that pitch angle, the plane is going to pitch. And remember now, you're going to go for 9.5 hours. Going to notice it.
Well, their claim is that
9.5 hours
levels do
from the perspective pitch over horizontal.
Sorry?
I'm confused where AI thinks the globe even comes into play when the pitch data is showing that it's not even, like, everything's based off the horizontal parallel sea level.
It shows you the horizontal line on the
does
graph
this
on
all
the
the
data.
time. Like he did a like an hour and a half argument one day about how you can have water on a globe, and then he went and drew a picture of a ball and then put like a box sitting on top of it with water filled up inside the box sitting on top. He goes, "Look, you can have water on a globe." He just I don't know what his deal is, but the dude's a Fruit Loop.
Yeah, he's doing a gerund now. When he did that stunt, that's what gerund would do now.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just being
So
pretended.
what's the difference
I
between
think he's
any
going
of those
crazy,
people over there
Too
and
much of this
Jared?
flat
Nothing.
Earth. Yeah, I think his wife
cut from
might
the
have
same
left him or
cloth.
something because he's out of control. This AI currently, it's making an enemy of everyone he meets. Flat Earthers in particular. Don't know what's the problem.
Yep.
Oh, it's not just AI. They all get the basics wrong over there. I got lectured for 20 minutes on how latitude is a sky measurement. It has nothing to do with the surface, but they're just incorrect about everything they spew.
Well, it's an elevation angle measurement from surface level.
Exactly.
See, when you say that, it's
it's not a measurement from the ground. It's a measurement in the sky. It's a sky measurement. No, the fuck, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's just it's an elevation angle measurement, you know, and then it's given a number per degree, 60 nautical miles, 69 You could call it 69 Wandex if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could. You should.
Well, it's not just Edgewise that doesn't know what elevation means. It's a whole bunch of supposed flat earthers that don't know what elevation means.
I don't know what's the matter with it. It's like they're trying to, you know, we want to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. You go, mate. Go.
I was going to say we're shutting down the globe completely. It's dead, but they seem to be trying to revive it.
I was just saying that's why the videos that we've done so far, and that was a good one as well today. But we've done a few of these now. Let's continue getting that sort of thing because it is it's refreshing and it's just more. It is refreshing. It's joyful to watch because this is what we're saying. And now we've got into this conversation about people in that server say denying elevation. Once you get into that, you're like it's like talking to somebody in a mental institution. No disrespect to them people. But you're just not going to get your point across. They're in
I don't know what it is. Yeah, I mean, there are different methods, right? They've got their methods, and they shouldn't start poking at other people's methods. That's what I don't like, because we're not wrong. Everybody knows it's flat, it's not rotating, and you can't have a space ball in the vacuum at high pressure with that bloody container. So shut up with all that shit. That's what I keep trying to tell them. That's the basics. Then I'm a flat earther. So that's it. I'll just keep saying that. It's like they don't want you to be there, so they push you out. So what's the matter with them?
They don't really have
hiding.
Methods. Their method is arguing and trying to get a glober to confirm what the shadows during eclipses are. That's their gold standard.
Crap.
Even when you do that, there's a problem. I don't know what's the matter with them, man. Even when I'm doing that, there's a problem somehow. They're idiots.
Well, look at Neil Armstrong. His gloves were gray in this picture, and now they're white in this picture. How do you explain that, Glover?
Sounds like they've been ushered into keeping the Feast of Nonsense methodology of arguing for a flat Earth, but it's not. It's arguing against the globe rhetoric and the globe anomalies. That's what they're being ushered into doing by the sounds of things. So we become public enemy number one when we just present measurements, and we're told by people pretending to be flat earthers and saying that good arguments are about shadows on lights in the sky. No, we're arguing about the ground, and now it's measured with measurements. Oh, well, those aren't good enough. No, it'd be the same if it was globe-shaped. They're gaslighting the good arguments and ushering the flatties by saying they're flatties into arguing the crappiest arguments possible.
Very strange.
Spot on.
Very strange.
It is very strange indeed, I have to say. Something is wrong with that lot.
Says you, Mr. Too Far.
Come on, Jin.
Oh boy.
Tell us
push it
about
too
how you
far.
see too far.
Yeah, I don't say we don't. I don't say you see too. I don't even use those words. You see too far, but I always say you see further than the Earth's curvature would allow if it were there. That's all I always say. Don't say anything wrong with that. I'm going to keep on saying that. No, like I've said, there isn't a man alive that's going to stop me.
But that's literally saying too far, though.
AI will stop you.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The man is still speaking the truth. Everybody knows what he means. Don't shoot him down because you only get a kick in the teeth, especially from me. Believe you me.
Can a linear distance exist on a globe?
No.
No.
Uh-oh. That shatters it all, Jin.
No. No
I'm
linear
not saying
distance
you're
on a globe.
morbidly obese. I'm just saying you're 100 pounds overweight.
Not me. Fitter than you, mate.
Did you understand what Refracted just said, right?
Yeah.
So how can you say we see too far? The Earth is a curve.
It's not there. The Earth is not there. The globe is not there, period.
Gonna change
But
the
people
subject
do
for a
say
second.
that. We understand what they mean and we don't have to shoot them down for it. They're not making a mistake. It's not a
Change the
mistake.
subject. Just want to anybody who's got
We
any
just
art
got to
knowledge.
ease them along, right, Jin?
Yeah, exactly. It's not a mistake because if you try with me, I'm going to run you down hard, mate. You won't like it. Believe you me. Don't push it.
A really weird question, car related, right? So in our car, the indicators run through a hazard switch that's got a little piece of metal in it that as the electricity flows through the piece of metal, it makes it bend and that disconnects the circuit and then it cools and reconnects the circuit, right? That happens in the hazard light switch so that the lights flash like an indicator flash, right? Blink, 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 blink. That happens with this little piece of metal. Now that metal is in the hazard switch, right? I only know that because we had it changed 5 years ago, right? Now, when we turn, as of yesterday, the lights don't flash when you use the indicator stalk, but they do flash when you use the hazard light. So I'm like,
that's odd, isn't it? Yeah.
So the thing that makes them flash,
different switches. That's why.
the thing that makes them flash is definitely in the hazard light. But if you put the hazard light on with that switch, they do flash. But if you just use one indicator at a time, they don't.
Yeah. And then there's the relay. The relay's burnt out.
No,
There's a relay.
that's what I'm saying. The relay is in the hazard switch. If it was burnt out, it wouldn't work. They'd just come on permanently when you've got the unless it's semi-broken. That's to say, when you've got more power running through it for both lights, it works. Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they're two separate switches, and and then you might have two separate relays, and the one that's working from your steering stock isn't working because the relay's gone round there. You might have to replace that one. Possible.
Like I say, when I last had it done, the way it was explained to me by Audi was that no, the only switch that controls the blinking is in the hazard switch. There's not a second one. Anyway, so now when we go around a corner, there's just the lights on permanently, like the indicator light. So anyway, it's booked in for Wednesday.
Just continue to drive straight and level in a linear distance and don't turn any corners, mate.
Well, no, we just move the stalk up and down, like manually make it blink.
Yeah. Up, down, up, down.
Just stick your arm out the window and get Paul on the other side. So stick her arm out the window.
Give manual hand signals.
Yeah. I do that occasionally anyway when I'm driving. Actually, yeah.
I do too. Tell people to slow down.
Yeah, and because I want to pull out. You know when you're waiting to pull out from a side junction, you want to turn left or right, and people just don't seem to want to stop. I just drive out and my arm's out and I'm waving to them. I'm driving out. They hit the brake exactly. I'm fed up with waiting for you, cunt. So the light's red anyway.
I think they hit the brakes because they'll hit your car if they don't, not because your arm's out the window.
Check your lights, your signal lights all the way around your vehicle. You may have one out. That is something that happens at one of the signal lights goes out.
Yeah, I did. I say I did. I did it in traffic. So when we were at a temporary set of lights that normally take forever, you know, and there's a bit of road works and they put a temporary set in. Well, we got to one of them yesterday after my eldest's gymnastics class, and I thought I'll just check it. So I got out, turned the car off, put the hazard lights on, and went round and checked them all, and they all seemed to be working, as in there wasn't a bulb out, because that's exactly what I thought. Maybe there's a bulb out. And instead of normally on a car, when that happens, they flash quicker to let you know one's blown.
Yeah.
Whereas on this, like I say, they weren't flashing quicker. They were just permanently on. When you put left signal on, all three on the left side were on. And when you put the right signal on, all three on the right side were on. But so I don't think it's a bulb. But I only checked whilst in traffic. Literally, I got out and then quickly got back in again. So I should really check that thoroughly.
Yeah. And then when you press the hazard, the triangle one or the hazard, they work perfectly, flashing perfectly.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
And then when you then use the left hand indicator, it just stays on.
Yes.
Yeah?
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. There's something wrong with the relay in that wiring of that circuit. It's got to look at the wiring now. That's what you've got to do. Something's wrong there.
Hopefully my book sells really well and I can use the funds to buy a new car, because our 25-year-old crap box is exactly that.
Well, mine is 29 years old. My son's just bought a 30-year-old vehicle. They're not crap at that age.
Is it a Merc?
No, it's not a Mercedes. It's a Japanese Honda. Mine is a Nissan.
Same thing. You know what I mean? High quality, yeah. Hondas are still pretty good cars, but back in the day, Mercs, Hondas, a lot of decent cars were available. But then they go to 29 years, but that's why they stopped being good quality.
Yeah, because back then, you see, Japan cornered the market. Do you know that the Europeans came to Japan to come and see how they did it? Couldn't believe, because they were just outstripping them in sales across the world. Yeah.
Just because they took care over it. That's the only difference. If you see the Japanese manufacturing process versus the American or the English, especially the English, they just cared. That's it. That was the only difference.
Yeah, that's right. You got it. Not only did they cared, and they dedicated their life to that. You know, whereas in Britain, everywhere you've got a strike coming on every other month.
Well, speaking of strikes, I had a guy that worked at the Land Rover plant up the road from me in Birmingham when I was working in a hi-fi shop, and he left the Land Rover factory and came and worked at the hi-fi shop, and he was telling us all different stories about building Land Rovers. One of which was he'd get bored. So what he'd do is he'd walk. This guy's called AJ. AJ would walk down 3 or 4 stations and pick up a handful of bolts. Then he'd walk up to the other end of the line, 10 stations away from his, before they sealed the gearbox. The channel that the gearbox sits in was sealed permanently for the life of the car. Yeah. And what he'd do is he'd pour in a handful of bolts into the box section just before it was sealed. Meaning that Land Rover, that £50,000 Land Rover, probably equivalent to a 100 grand car today, would rattle till the day it was scrapped. Why? Just to keep himself amused.
That was a silly thing to do, I'm sure.
Well, just because they were bored.
I'm sure quality control would have picked that up, though. Quality control would have picked that up.
They'd go through, get sealed, and then they'd go, and that would be it. And he'd just laugh about it. And he's like, just some bored brummie on the production line, and that's fairly standard fare. And in Japan, you'd have your hands chopped off for that sort of thing.
Yeah. I doubt if he did that. Because you just wouldn't do that. Come on. And then you'd have this rattling going on. No, come on. I think that was a story I couldn't believe. Not when you're on a production line, and then bolts are counted for. So how many times did he do that? That's a story I can't accept. As an engineer myself, couldn't accept that. On the production line, you're going to be doing that. Something is odd. Wild story.
Bit like the pitch data story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit naughty, that is. When they're pushing you out, or trying to, say you're wrong when you're right. That's silly.
Sorry, I completely destroyed the conversation with talk of indicators and box sections. My bad.
No, you have not done.
That's all right, mate.
Not at all. I love all that stuff. Yeah, it's good. It all happened on a flat Earth anyway. Can't deny that, can we?
Tomorrow, when we do housekeeping, I'll try and keep it brief. That is to say, we'll rattle our way through them. And then what I'd like Friday to be is a contrast of both things. So obviously we're covering videos and we're talking about Flat Earth for the majority of the week up until Friday. When we get to Friday, I want to summarise the housekeeping questions quickly and then have a talk show, like like this, right? Pretty much idle chit-chat about whatever, but on the live show. So where we do it typically in the after show more than anything. Occasionally we have these sorts of conversations in the pre-show, but not very often. Normally it's getting you on track for the live show. But in the after show, often we're talking about stuff that's completely unrelated. I'd like that to be the Friday show. So it's a lot more laid back to completely contrast the housekeeping questions.
Okay, that's cool.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, we said a similar thing yesterday after you'd left, Nathan, sort of like, and it'd be good to get the guys out of Discord a bit more involved. Some of them are, I've noticed, so just get them a bit more, bring them in a little bit for a chat. But like you say, I think we did it the other week, just had a general chit chat on the live show, and you said it was really good and it was relaxed. Flat, staying on topic a little bit, but then drifting off, just like now,
Yeah. I think everybody would like that because there's a lot of stuff people have got to say and experience, and let's get that out there. It show the real human side of the flat earther as well, because it's going to be good for everyone. So great idea, go for it.
But also, even if we're doing not a video every day, if say you do 2 or 3, I don't know, a couple a week or whatever you decide to do, or is it one day? I can't remember. Just recap on that video. We could recap on that. Done a couple this week, maybe not recap on Blitz. I mean, just we could recap on that. Obviously, the guy, the flat earther who was talking to him, and the message we're trying to get out there. We could sort of, right, on Monday we did that video, that was good, and then recap on today's video, and then a couple of housekeeping questions and just a general chit chat.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Yeah, mix it in with the housekeeping questions. Yeah, I'm glad housekeeping questions are back anyway. That's a standard, that was always a standard for me, for the FED. That was the standard. That was just trailblazing everybody else. It was. I don't care what anyone says. When I heard it was going to go, I thought, why can't we have a standard? Why do you establish a standard and then you get rid of it? It's like Britain itself. British standards have slipped dramatically. Yeah. What was the days when they built those bridges and the Stephenson's rocket and stuff like that? Britain had some standards that was the envy of the world, but today it's not there. Not there at all.
Jim, sorry, but I just while we were talking about that, what was the situation with video reviews? Is that down to a day or two, or just as we decide to do it?
You'd have to ask Nathan. I mean, I don't know.
I thought he was there, sorry. You there, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm just doing something else and responding to somebody who I bought something off on moaning at because it wasn't quite right. What were you asking, sorry?
Just talking about what you were suggesting and, doing the housekeeping and general chats on a Friday. Is any, obviously we're going to be looking for videos for professionals. Are we doing a particular day reviewing videos? Are you going to do every day, or are we going to keep that to a couple of days, or what's the situation with that?
Bring in better videos and you'll review more often.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Well, I've been looking again. I mean, I'm always looking for them type of videos, and I think I have put a through forward that was relatively okay. I think we've still got that celestial navigation one, Nathan, the old one that you said. I don't think we've reviewed that yet. It's only a short one. It just outlines, using sea level and what an elevation angle is and getting your circle of equal altitude. Just to put, you don't have to stop at one celestial navigation video, an elevation angle video. You can just get different opinions of that, different videos. So yeah, we all need to be looking for that type of content.
I did offer up that submarine one yesterday, but I don't know if anyone's picked that up yet. It's there. Put it in again if you like, but let's put it in yesterday. And there's Edit Cosmogony, Earth Not a Ball. There's a lot of material in there.
I didn't have a chat. I've been on Call Me this week, so I've been a bit, when I'm on call, I'm on 24-hour call out. You get stupid calls in the middle of the night. And so I've been very so I've not had a chance to properly have a
Yeah,
look
so
at
you're
that
on
one.
call out. You're on standby and call out. That's why. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's naughty. That is. You could be just about to get a nice meal going, and suddenly, but you got to go.
Oh yeah, you can't plan anything.
No. You said it straight. No, you can't plan anything.
Anybody heard
Neil?
from Chocolate Scene?
Have you heard of him?
Has anybody heard from Chocolate?
Not yet. Not Chocolate Scion. Not yet. No. I think he'll be back when he'll be back when he's back. You know, he'll be back when he's back. You know, try to take a break and get your life in order and do what you got to do. You know, and then when you miss the flat earth community, you come back in. That's it. You know, sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. You know, does happen.
Wait till you see what I got coming out about the pitch data. Wait till you see this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking.
Nathan, you should play the damn things with me and they're 15 seconds each.
Why don't you play them?
I can't.
Oh, okay.
What? Explain what you're talking about, Neil. What?
He comes in and says, wait till you see what I got coming out about the pitch data. So I know him, and I said, what do you got? I know you don't like when people don't present it right. So he's like, oh. And then he goes, my problem is with the data. It's not raw data. And then he goes on.
Who's this?
AI.
You hear what I said today? I said it 5 times.
Yeah, I've heard it. Is this going on again now? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I want to get the part while challenging him on 30,000 feet. You can hear him say, "Oh, it's just flying, dude." Good answer.
Yeah, over sea levels.
Yeah, I'm sure even the infant in the plane knows he's just flying. Now, why don't we talk about the measurements off what?
Yeah. Yeah, when you tell him to shut up, when you tell him to shut up, he gets really upset, starts muting you and wanting to ban you. You see?
What bothered me is when I challenge him to bring his ass on and bring your complaint forward. He said, "Why? I'm going to go in there." I left. I said, "You get your ass handed to you," because I had something to do. I had something to do before that, and I said I had something to do, and then he brings up the pitch data. So it's not like I rage quit. I had something to do.
Yeah.
So I ended up saying, "You get your ass handed to you. That's why you won't come." And I went do what I had to do. I came back, and I heard him say, "Why would I go there? What makes you think I need to go there? Why, so I could get muted and yelled at?" That's a freaking baller. That's what ballers say.
Yeah.
And when that's not even true, he gets the floor every time he comes in flat earth debate.
Right. So I've got a question for you, Neil. Did you check with Righteous? Is he banned or not? AI.
Let me check if he answered me yet. Hold on.
Because that's what he told me, that he was banned. Sorry?
He's banned here.
Okay, so he is banned. That's what I heard. It's what he told me himself, that he's banned. Because I said to him, why don't you come in and tell them? Yeah.
Oh, he's banned? All right. So then why didn't he say that?
Yeah. Why didn't he say? Because he said that to me.
Because I'm banned, I would have said, all right, no problem.
Yeah. I asked him why.
I got everything written down. I'll make sure I bring it up today, which I did.
Yeah. I asked him why he doesn't come into the server. And because he was saying that they were calling him a shill and all this and that. I said, well, why don't you go in there and have it out with him with this that data? And he said, I can't go in there because I'm banned.
Why is he banned, though? What was the reason for it?
He didn't tell me. I didn't ask him because you don't really, they should offer it up. I don't want to get it, have him get upset about it. That's all.
I know.
Offering him a bit of dignity.
Why is freaking Edgewise sending me messages? You're a dumbass. You got a microphone. Speak up.
Yeah. What are you scared of? See, that's a coward's move. You're lucky. Anyway, I'll keep my mouth shut because, don't bring this up.
Edgewise the guy? Is Edgewise the guy who has got no evidence of Earth curve measurements?
He hasn't got any evidence of the globe because it doesn't exist. And he was in here yesterday talking over Nathan. Nathan had to push him out in the end anyway. Arse of a fool. Hole of an ass.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to call him an asshole, you call him a hole of an ass. It's a little bit polite, but it gets there still.
Hey, Edgewise, you dumbass. Take the Bluetooth off so you're not mumbling and stumbling and whispering, and speak up like a man.
Yeah, defend your ball that doesn't exist, that you say you know exists, but yet you can't prove it. If that isn't
come and tell us
lunacy.
Come and tell us how the Earth calculator works.
Yeah, and AI, I know you're listening. Dumbass. Make a video, present your case so we could tear it to shreds. Although we already did today. I presented your stupid case. Dumbass.
Yeah, I don't know why he wants to make an enemy of everybody he meets. Flat Earthers in particular, I don't know that. Good luck to you anyway. Like I said, I don't know who you are now. I don't know who you are now, man. That's fine. I understand. That's what I do understand. I don't know who you are. Literally.
Go
I
back
missed
in
it.
ancient
What's
history.
the AI campaign? What's going on here about AI and his ballery? What's going on?
Yeah, I just don't know what is happening. The man's lost a little bit of control there, I think. I don't know why you're making enemies of flat earthers. I don't know why he's making enemies of flat earthers. I don't know why he's doing that.
Sorry, say that again?
Yeah, go on. Story again.
Yeah, well, what's the reason? Sorry, I kind of missed it.
No, the main gripe with AI is that he's got a problem with the in-flight telemetry data and the pitch angle, and he seems to be making himself an enemy with other people because we're wrong, he's right, kind of thing. Okay, basically that's it.
What's the issue with the pitch angle and the telemetry data?
Can you
get the
repeat
same
yourself a
data?
bit? Oh, go ahead.
What AI is saying is you'd get the same data if the aeroplane was flying over a globe.
Yeah.
Don't know how he knows that.
Yeah, because the argument is they say it's
He
gravity.
didn't say that to me. He didn't say that to me today. Today he was just bitching about that it's not raw data, that it's post algorithm.
Yeah, I got all that the other day.
Is it true?
When I say the other day, I mean last week and a half ago, he was saying all that. Plus, he said that, the data itself would read the same if you're on a globe. That's what he said. Words to that effect.
He's an idiot. No, it wouldn't. That's why it's measured. That's why it's measured flat. If it was measured globular, then the pitch data would show the change in pitch. Hello?
You wouldn't get any pitch data. It's requiring a horizontal plane for the pitch. You can't have when you get your roof, looking at slanted roofs.
If it's on a globe, they have gravity, right? So the gravity just cancels out everything. But we all know that the Earth isn't a globe and there's no gravity. So I'm pretty sure he's just trying to clear the air that this is what the globers would say. So in terms, to them, it means
No. Do not speak for him. That's not what he was doing.
No, that's not what AI was doing.
What he was doing.
Being a hole of an ass is what he was doing.
He has issues with the pitch data because this dumbass thinks it's an argument and not a statement of fact. It's not a reading of fact.
Yeah. He seemed to be upset with Brian Brian's logic. That was the nuance I got from the man. And then he was almost saying that I was wrong to be following Brian's logic. And I said to him, well, actually, I've known about this flight thing before Brian. Okay, it's been my argument from the beginning, and I'm not going to change if I was flying over a globe. That I'm resolute on that. That's what I said to him, and he didn't like that, you see, because I wasn't changing my position. The AI didn't like that I wasn't going to change my position. And ever since that day, he's been mentioning the flight data to try and bait me into an argument, and I won't get into an argument with him. See?
And here's the thing.
He needs to turn it into an argument, doesn't he?
All Brian brought forth was the pitch data given to him by Buck Buster. All he did was bring forth what we all know is going on.
Yeah.
It's flying over a flat, horizontal plane of reference.
Can I just ask?
Just bringing the measurements to show it. Everybody's been talking about flight. Why he's pinning it to Brian is beyond me. And that's why, because he said, oh, Brian's pitch data. This is years ago he said this. What, about maybe a year and a half ago? Like Brian came up with it. I've been talking about flight way before Brian.
It's about people, right? You
No,
think
it's not an
just
argument.
because it's Brian,
That's the point. It's not an argument.
It's the fact of the argument.
It's not an argument. That's the point. It's just measurements.
Exactly. Thank you.
Nobody's. Is it? Stop a sec.
Well, we can
Stop.
agree to disagree. At the same time, you can't chastise people for being you're a glober now because you disagree on one thing about the flat Earth.
Right, I was about to say it's not.
I think it's kind of ridiculous. Maybe going after.
Hello, I'm trying to talk. Now, when we say it's just measurements, when they call out pitch data, the altitude that a flight must fly at, that's to say the air traffic controller tells the aircraft to be at a certain flight level. Do they say, but that doesn't mean you're flying parallel with the surface. That means actually you're going to fly around a curve. No, they just call out the level that they have to fly at in straight and level flight. There's no need to disclaim that it's contrary to a ball when they do that. That's because they're just calling out the flight level that the aircraft must be at as a measurement that the flight must adhere to. There's no argument, but what he's doing is he's turning these axiomatic facts used in flight into an argument and making it like it's Brian's pitch data. It's not Brian's pitch data. It's not Sodbuster's pitch data. It's not my pitch data. It's just data. Now, that data's used to investigate death by the National Transportation Safety Board. They don't look at the data and go, well, I see how they're in straight and level flight until they're not, but axiomatically that means that they're not really on a ball. It's just more convenient to look at it in this way because it's easier on the graph. They don't make any disclaimers like that because it's not an argument, but it's being turned into one by certain individuals. It isn't one. It's just measurements.
Yeah. And we're not chastising AI. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. That would be a waste of my time. I don't do that sort of stuff, okay? But he seems to be chastising us flat earthers. Actually, it's the other way around, right? And I don't like that. I have my way of delivering the flat earth, and I will deliver it that way. I don't want anybody else telling me anything else unless I am dramatically wrong. And then even then, I'd have to digest it for myself, check it. And if I'm wrong, then I will say so. You see, that's because I'm a big man. I'm not a boy.
More importantly, how does this mic sound? This is possibly one of the most expensive mics I've bought to date.
It's the best one.
Yeah, I think I'll tell you what you've got to do, right, Nathan. When you bring these mics in, don't tell us about the price or the cost. Okay, just tell us to put the mic on. Let's hear it operate, and then we'll give you our opinion on that, and then you can tell us about the price afterwards.
Okay. Well, ever since I've been talking to this guy that was just saying, well, you can agree to disagree when someone else says they don't like an argument that's not an argument, it's actually just measurements off surface level that they must adhere to when they're told to fly to a certain flight level. That's me telling you through this mic how Earth must be measured flat, therefore it can't be an argument. It's just a dictation of measurements and flight levels from ground control.
Excellent, Mike. Sell it immediately.
I'm not going to sell this one. I want to keep this one. This one's an Electrovoice RE20. I might keep this one.
You're going to
nice.
keep it then.
Okay. Yeah, I might keep this one.
I know exactly the ones Nathan's going to keep. The one when he comes in and he sounds like he's not missing a beat from before, he's keeping that mic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lovely mic.
I didn't like the pitch on that one, mate.
The pitch, boom, boom. This one's got.
Listen to the guy.
I like them when
Listen
they've
to
got.
Wordsmith.
I like them where they've got technology attached to them. So my general mic that I use on the show is a shotgun mic, right? So if I can get that in frame, it's a Neumann shotgun mic. Now I like that because it's got technology, right? It's got an interference tube, so it's just cool. It does something with sound. Now the fact that it's manipulating sound waves to me is cool. Well, this is similar. It uses a similar principle, right? It's got variable D technology, which means that if I get right in close to it, it shouldn't actually sound any more bassy, just slightly louder than if I'm far away from it. So in terms of the tone doesn't change. Whereas on most mics, when you get right close into them, you get all Barry White and bassy. It's called the proximity effect. Well, this has got something that mitigates for the proximity effect in it called variable D technology. So it's got a really weird design. But this is the mic that Fraser Crane uses on the show Frasier, and it's also all of Stevie Wonder's songs were all recorded with this mic. So Stevie Wonder songs and Fraser Crane mic.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, just don't let us know the price or the cost, because that's just want
very
to
expensive.
We'll tell you what we think.
Very that I'm back on my normal mic. Let's just put it back in position. This mic's my normal daily driver. But yeah, that mic I was on a second ago was very expensive.
If I could
back to the guy who was
bit.
saying we were chastising and AI. We're not doing that. It's the other way around, actually. And that's why I said I don't know why he's making enemies of flat earthers, because we're all in this fight together. You know, I don't really poo-poo on anything that they say or speak badly of them. Generally, I don't.
Tim, it would be great if we were, but when you hear things like today, you gotta admit that we're not all together. Actually, he was saying that earlier before we even got to that discussion. He was saying flat earthers hate each other. So I didn't know he was leading up. I kind of felt he was going to bring up pitch data, and then he finally did.
Yeah, I don't know what flat earthers hate each other anyway. I don't know that one. I know people do not like AI. That's what I do know. And then obviously this incident with Nathan's book, perhaps. Okay, but outside of those two events, I don't know if flat earthers hating on each other. Don't know that, actually. So I don't know where he's getting that from. Yeah, I don't know. Just get on with the task of delivering. Sorry, I was just going to say this.
Respond.
Just get on with the task.
Jin, you've got to stop. At some point, you've got to stop. He's going to respond. Okay. He's going to want to respond to you. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I want to respond, but Sir Daddy wants to say something.
Oh, I want to hear from you. No. Oh, sorry, Surf Daddy. I want to hear from him, though. I'd rather, whoever that was just speaking a second ago, I'd rather hear from you.
Okay, gotcha.
Neil. Is it Neil?
1 second, sorry.
No worries. Maybe.
Take it easy. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, so I don't know. It seems just to be a bunch of bitching, complaining about the people this, the people that. But like, if it's an actual like conversation argument, I know you're saying it's not an argument; it's a flat level plane, right? Then just hash it out. But like, I feel like it's just a big ego thing that goes on with like the flat Earth, and it's just like
Okay, let me just interrupt you again. So when the flight controller calls out to the pilot to be at a certain flight level, do they need to hash anything out? You want me to repeat the question?
I'm just talking about the semantics and the people about this.
I'm talking about the measurements, the semantics that he's arguing and telling us we're wrong about specifically. I'm saying again for the second time to you, Neil, when the flight controller calls to the pilot to go to a certain flight level, is there anything to hash out?
I'm not sure.
So you think that the pilot have a little discussion about how curved it's not when they get told to ascend to a certain flight level? You think they have to hash stuff out with ground control, do you?
I think we all agree that the surface of the Earth isn't curving.
Sorry, why aren't you answering me? Why are you being a wanker? Wanker, I'll ask for a third fucking time because you seem to be ignoring me entirely. I wonder why. It seems that you're defending some other wanker, and when it comes to the nitty-gritty of affirming how flat the measurements are going to be when they're called out to a plane, you don't want to affirm that there's nothing to fucking debate. I'll just tell you, Neil, you shitbag. They don't fucking debate it with ground control. So why in an holy fuck would I have to debate it with this wanker who's racist? Why would I have to do that?
Who's racist?
Why would I have to debate something that the ground control aren't debating with the plane when they tell it to ascend to a certain flight? There's nothing to debate. They tell them to go to a certain flight level. They either do it or they deviate from it, and then the NTSB step in because they've crashed.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's nothing to debate.
Yeah. And all
right.
No one's.
All right, you just told me it was about the fucking semantics of it. No, it ain't about the fucking semantics. There aren't any. They're just measurements of a flat Earth. That they're being suggested to not be, that there's semantics involved, there's debate involved, that it's about whether or not the people agree. It's got nothing to do with the people and everything to do with the measurements. There's no debating them, there's no hashing them out. Whoever's off mute in G+, close your fucking line. G+, Jin, for the love of Jesus, you're ruining this show. No, there's nothing to debate. When ground control say ascend to 20,000 feet, they just ascend to 20,000 feet. They don't debate about whether or not that's level and parallel and straight and level. It's just a measurement that they must ascend to. Meanwhile, a wanker, that's AI, says, no, it's a debate with the people over on Flat Earth Debate who say that ascension to 20,000 feet is somehow debatable. No, it's not. It's just a measurement of a flat Earth.
Okay, I got your side of the argument now. Or, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the word argument, of the facts. And yeah, I'll have to make my own conclusions from that, right? That's all we can do.
There's no conclusion to make. What do you need to conclude? 20,000 feet is just a number, isn't it? Do you think that needs a conclusion drawing? I've just gone over this 25 fucking seconds ago. You're starting to piss me off, Neil. What conclusion does the pilot have to come to? I'm speaking.
Okay.
What conclusion does the pilot have to come to when instructed to ascend to a certain flight level? Does he have to draw conclusions, or does he just have to ascend to that flight level? Yeah, no conclusions to be drawn.
You're gonna get mad. You're gonna get mad. I'm not gonna answer that question.
It's not a question, you fucking retard. I'm telling you, you dumbass. There's no conclusion to be drawn when you're told by ground control to ascend to a certain flight level. It's just a number that you need to ascend to and remain level with the ground, parallel with it. That's it. There's no conclusion to draw. You don't have to figure out whether or not there's some truth in this statement. There's no debate about it. It's just a statement based on a value. The value is parallel with the ground. That's just a fact. Now, whether or not you think that you have to draw a conclusion from that is idiotic. It's a statement with a number attached to it.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've been deluded by AI into thinking that there might be an argument to have, that you might need to draw a conclusion at the end of this statement of fact based on a measurement off surface level. There's no conclusion to draw. It's just a measurement off surface level. But you're under the misapprehension that it's about the people. It's about the semantics. It's not.
No,
or whether or
no,
not you need to draw a conclusion or talk through this for the third fucking time like you're doing right now. Can you hear me? Are you deaf? Shut up! You stupid clown! I'm in the middle of talking. Okay. It was rhetorical, you dumbass.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yes, so shut up. There's nothing for your pea brain to conclude here, okay, Dumbo? You don't need to draw any conclusions when I give you a fucking number with a measurement attached to it. It's just a measurement off surface level. You think, because you've been told by a clown, that you need to draw conclusions from that. You don't. Regardless of whether or not you can figure out that a number's just a number off a flat surface level, it will just still be a number that pilots have to ascend to when they're demanded to and commanded to by ground control. They're not arguing about it, they're not debating it, they're not thrashing it out. It's just a number, a value, parallel with the surface level. There's no debate, there's no discussion, there's no thrashing it out, there's no need for you to think there's a conclusion that needs to be drawn, because you've been told to by another man.
Can I? Is it okay? I'll take that. Yeah. So I'm glad that you got your part out, and I'll have to see exactly what AI said. Right?
Why?
I think the AI agrees with you. I honestly think he probably agrees with you. It's just a simple measurement, right? It's like the most simplest thing you can do, and
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't
to me.
agree. No, you're wrong. What he's actually said is it would be the same if it was on a globe. So he fundamentally disagrees, gaslighting people into thinking that a straight and level measurement parallel with surface level would be the same if it was over a curve, ergo not parallel. So no, he's a shitbag deceiving gaslighter who fundamentally disagrees with the premise of this flat earth measurement. So no, he doesn't agree with me.
So
I'm still fucking talking. What a wanker, still fucking talking. I haven't stopped or paused, but this shitbag feels the need to talk through me. What a cunt.
No problem.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut your fucking mouth! Telling me it's no problem.
No problem.
You do it again, I'm going to fucking remove you, Neil, you stupid cunt.
Remove him.
It doesn't need your affirmation, you stupid retard. It doesn't matter whether or not AI thinks you will agree. There's no agree-disagree in this statement of fact when it comes to the measurement of Earth being flat. When pilots are dealing with ground control, telling them, not debating with them, not seeking whether or not it's agreeable, they're being told to ascend to a certain flight level. You understand that? It's not a fucking debate. You and whether or not you think you need to ponder it is irrelevant. You clown.
I'm not allowed to think for myself? Damn, all right.
There's nothing to think about, you dumbass. It's just a number with a feet value attached to it. Virginia, you need to ponder that, do you, dumbass?
No, I like...
No! So sit down and shut up, you stupid clown. Just because some other man's told you that he thinks you need to ponder it. You believed him because you're a retard.
Nathan, I just measured a room 12 by 12.
Let's debate that, Neil. I think that's questionable. I'll have to ponder that fact you've just given me in measurements. AI told me that's debatable. Let's ponder it together. Do you understand how stupid that sounds? Other Neil, who's now interrupting before I finish. Still opening your fucking mouth before I finish, right, Neil? Wanker, 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 wanker. I am still fucking talking, Neil.
Okay.
Yeah, not okay. You do it one more fucking time and you'll be permabanned, you stupid cunt. There's nothing to ponder. When someone gives me a measurement, that's it. That's just a measurement. It's not up for debate. It's not up for you to ponder whether or not there's something to think about. Whether or not another man tells you it's agreeable or not is completely irrelevant. It's just a measurement with respect to a flat plane. That's what flight level is.
Okay.
Good. So why were you here suggesting it was semantic?
Maybe I used that word wrong. I'm just going to say...
Maybe you should sit down and shut up then. Yeah, maybe you did, you dumbass.
Okay,
maybe you should sit down and shut the fuck up then. Yeah, maybe you should sit down, you dumbass retard, who doesn't know how to use the fucking English language correctly. Yeah, sit down, shut the fuck up.
Neil,
all right, just keep calling flat earthers ballers. That's fine.
Wait a second, Neil. This is what he said. He's got a problem with it because it's not raw data. It's post-processed data. It's what's recorded, not the actual instrumentation the subsystem has. It's a fusion algorithm, and so the actual measurements are done prior to the fusion algorithm. So the end user output interface data is post-algorithm. That's AI. Are you joking me?
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil. Finally, a concise, actual thing I can digest instead of a bunch of yelling at me and calling me a wanker and an idiot. Thank you, Neil. I never thought I'd say that.
You're acting like a wanker and an idiot sometimes. You did it with me with Owen the other day. I don't know what the fuck your problem is. But tighten up or get the fuck out.
I mean, if you want to spaz every time Arwen comes in the group, that's not my problem, but all right.
He won't be coming to the group. He's banned.
All right, that's fine. I just call a spade. That's it. So it's whatever.
Yeah, but you weren't.
No, you didn't. You bloody liar. You said it was semantics. You said that it's questionable. Now you're talking through me again. What a cunt. Dumb fuck. When I'm talking like now, that means you shut your dumb ass mouth. You who doesn't understand how to use the word. Now I'm just going to permaban this cunt. Bye-bye, Neil. You're never coming back, you stupid wanker. Fuck off. Fuck off. You're never coming back. Piss off. I'm sick of it. These pricks are just here to wind me the fuck up.
Yeah, I call a spade, not you. You agree with them before even hearing anything.
Just an outright liar. I call a spade, while simultaneously suggesting we should debate about axiomatic principles used in measuring when calling out said measurement for an aircraft to remain in straight and level flight. Oh, well, I'll just debate that. Let's ponder it. Maybe he'll agree with you. Like I give two flying fucks whether or not he agrees with me. It's a fucking measurement. But here we are discussing it with this wanker who's telling me, oh, well, maybe I'll go and ask him if he agrees or not. I think he would agree. I don't give a shit.
So he's going to go ask AI whether he agrees or disagrees with measurement. Okay.
Yeah, it's idiotic. Meanwhile, necessary to chant through me while I'm explaining that fact? Like it's agree, disagree. It's not. It's a fact. It's just a measurement. But that's what AI is doing. He's making it seem ambiguous in the mind's eye of people like this Neil guy. Too stupid to use their own fucking brain, so they rely on people like AI to give them the answers.
Exactly.
Neil actually said that. He doesn't think AI would agree anyway, he said. He actually said that.
Yes, when he is totally disagreeing. So AI wouldn't agree.
Yeah, it's not like it's a agree-disagree situation. They're measurements. It's like saying, like you gave the example, Neil. Oh, I've measured this square. It's 12 foot by 12 foot. Let's start a debate. It's like, this is stupid. But if it can be made to seem like that's a reasonable position to take, people will actually debate about a measurement.
Now, the most you'll get if I call out a measurement to my foreman, he'll say, just measure it twice. So you always measure twice. But the measurement is not in debate. Unreal.
Meanwhile, I thought that microphone that you had us listen to was a little bright for my taste.
Ah, look at Surf Daddy with the bright. He knows how to say the words needed to be said.
I've learned a few things in radio before. It's the microphones that I don't like the most are the ones that are so bright, and it's like it's so detailed in how it records your voice. It sounds like your mouth is almost right on it, and I can hear the spittle forming at the side of your mouth.
I was right on top of it.
Those mics, yeah. The mic, it actually, it was nicer and clearer than the mic you're using now. But I was saying, I almost want to put a little muffler on it or something just to give it a little, not more bass, but just some.
Just tell we can man up, so his voice can sound like he manned up.
Like a round, it's just some roundness to the voice, I guess, a little bit. I just don't want to hear the spit in your mouth as you're talking so clearly into our ears.
It's spitting facts out, mate. Spitting out facts.
Spitting out facts of how it's measured flat, and AI overlord sounded like a whore.
Listen, even if you does pitch data from the aircraft reference the horizontal plane? Yes. Aircraft pitch data is fundamentally measured with respect to a horizontal plane. This is also known as the altitude or the local horizontal plane. Yeah. Now, the altitude is in reference to sea level. So the pitch is tied to the horizon, horizontal, and altitude, which is sea level. So it's obviously, what's so difficult about this?
I have no clue. And also, Deck, check it out. What universally, we all know this. We even tell kindergartens, the world is 70% water. So therefore, sea level is the majority of the construct of our habitants. And what you just said, connect the dots. So, hello, altitudinal, horizontal, perpendicular, planar, terrestrial plane of reference. Let's stop talking about the mountains. Let's talk about the sea level, which is the majority of the earth. So what's the problem? Again, what is the problem?
Well, the problem is AI. Remember when he had an issue with you when you said they call it airplane, not air curve. Remember that, D-Rose? Got all over you for that.
I know. That's yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I always said the AI was, it wasn't for artificial intelligence, it was for arrogant ignoramus. I already told you that what the AI stood for. Arrogant ignoramus.
Actually, he used to go after refracted the most. And refracted's the guy who pushed measurement. I'm starting to see it all come together now.
Yep, out the gate. Out the gate.
Yeah, I was in there this morning. He tried to pull that shit on me. Wait till you see what I got about pitch data. It's like, well, what's your problem? What's your issue with pitch data? It's not raw data. It's not raw data. It's the raw data is not being measured.
It's referencing altitude from sea level. That's how it's controlled. That's what it's tied into. Pitch data is referring to a horizontal plane, yeah, which is sea level. When the plane's referring to altitude above it.
I wonder what he's going to say about the surveyor today. Is he using a post algorithm measurement?
It'd probably be the same if it
Well,
was
he wasn't using
globe-shaped.
Somebody got rumpus.
That was me saying sarcastically, oh, it would be the same if it was globe-shaped. Him measuring flatness for the Ordnance Survey measurements for this trig point. Well, that'd be the same if it was globe-shaped.
Yeah, it's just easier to get the horizontal baselines all connected across the trig points and have this, and then use the sea level to get the height, and then use the instrument for levelness to operate the theodolite, which needs to be level. But it's easier to do that on a curve. Just make it level. It works better on the curve, obviously.
Well, I mean, sea level is just an infinite amount of horizontal planes on a sphere. So
There are no planes on a sphere. That's the unique thing about a sphere.
well, yeah, but Gemini told me that it's infinite. That's essentially all he's doing.
Can aircraft pitch data is fundamentally measured with respect to a horizontal plane. This is also known as the altitude.
Oh, dear.
So we've got a horizontal plane Yeah, it's referring altitude. What's altitude, anybody? How's that measured?
In this case, it's height off
The measurement
surface level.
above sea level.
Yeah. Check 1, 2.
There's no way around it. There's no way around this. You cannot escape.
You was a bit. I don't know if you. Hang on, D. I don't know if you was testing a mic then, but it was a bit choppy in the first instance.
Oh, that's just me messing around with the mute button as I was swapping the lines over. Anyway. So this is my new mic. That's my new EV RE50. No, RE20.
I like that. I like that
this.
one. That sounds good.
I can't wait to hear it. I haven't heard it yet. I haven't really monitored it. I should really do that now. Listen to myself through my own speakers. See how it sounds. Yeah, it sounds really nice.
Does it always make that click sound, or you just hit it by accident when you put it on mute?
I don't know. I'll listen back. I'll see what... I hope there's nothing wrong with it. I've only just got it, so I'll have to test it more thoroughly. But so far, it seems fine.
Yeah, this sounds real good.
You know what it
because-
is? A lot of your mics, I can't tell if it's a different mic or the one you normally use, which means it probably sounds okay. I didn't hear any clicking.
No, I mean, there might be just the sound of my clicker. So I've got a light switch that you can probably hear in the background of each recording, which is just me turning on and off my studio lights. So that's what you'll hear. That click, can you hear that?
I heard it.
Yeah? That sound? That's just
Yeah, I
the
heard
lights
that
coming
one
on
when
and
you
off.
pointed it out.
Yeah, well, you'll hear it at the
That's the
beginning of
same
the
one I was
intro.
talking about.
So the intro music plays, and then you'll hear click, click, welcome to Flat, and that's me turning my lights on. Because they're really hot, like they're big studio lights. So as soon as I put them on, that's partially what the problem is towards the end of the live show as well. After an hour, if I've done a lot of on-camera work, talking to camera, explaining my point, then I'm under the studio lights, and you get really hot really quickly. Now, at the moment, because it's not summer anymore, I can't really open any of the windows either. So it's not like I can regulate the temperature by just quickly getting up and opening a window. So it gets hot. Anyway. Is that my cue to round out? I think it probably is.
Why? D just got here.
Who just got here?
D Rose just got here. He never gets to be part of the show. As soon as he gets here, you round out.
He always does that. He always does that.
It's personal to you, D. It's nothing personal. I'll keep it going then. I don't mind. I've got my new mic. I'll keep playing with this. Happy days.
Oh, what I was saying before. I don't think I can't remember. Are we doing videos every day, or just is it 1 or 2 days a week?
No, whenever the mood takes us. Whenever there's a reasonable video to cover. But I'm just saying, when we do. Now, I know that certain individuals, Liam, want me to get angry because they just like me being that person, like pouring disdain onto other onto globe proponents or anti-flatties, right? Because most of us have endured that crap for at least a few years, where we're told, "Oh, well, you just don't understand." So me spitting feathers at some globe believer and calling them a dumbass, people love that. Some people love that, not everybody.
Not feathers, mate. Not feathers, mate. Facts.
Yeah, spitting facts, but spitting facts with disdain for the person that's saying, "Wow, just because we've measured it flat and we're using a flat baseline and it's trig, doesn't mean that Earth is flat." It's like he's measuring Earth.
Hold on.
Nathan, I had
one deck. Hold on. He's
hang on.
spitting feathers because he's a roast chicken.
No, but listen, on the when I've suggested this in the past, I'm just saying we spoke ages ago. We've suggested go down this road. I've had, and the guy, I like the guy. I know I'm not going to mention any names. He's contacted me in the comments saying, doesn't like the idea of me suggesting that that's where we go with this, because people like to keep that so-called debate going, and have that sort of what you've just explained. That's what people are expecting. But so people are fighting against it a little bit. But I really enjoyed that today, and I've really enjoyed the other videos we've done, like the same as today with the professionals. All right, we had Dr. Blitz yesterday, but I think that was more showing that the flat earther was getting on board with what we're saying, that Earth's measured flat, and the Earth calculator proves that.
One deck,
So,
you
yeah.
gotta get another guy breaking down flight. I think we gotta get some of them guys in here. Let's get pilots in here talking about how planes fly.
Well, there'll be plenty of them. That's my point. There'll be loads of videos where your average Joe Blogs pilot wants to talk about what he does to fly his plane. You know, they've got a superiority complex for the most part. Pilots are a bit like that. I've encountered a lot of pilots when I was a rep, and they love to sniff their own farts. No other way to describe them. Smug bastards that they are. Well, they'll be on videos saying, this is how I fly my plane with respect to surface level. And I want to cover those. As opposed to, well, yeah, I can see the elevation profile's horizontal. Yeah, I know it's measured with respect to sea level, but that doesn't mean Earth's flat. I don't want to deal with the contradiction in terms, doublespeak, cognitive dissonant idiots that we have been for the last few years.
Yeah, I agree. It's stopping getting the true point across. That's all they're doing, is stalling it and getting you into an argumentative state about nonsense that, you know, you shouldn't be even arguing about. It's not an argument about what level is and what horizontal is and where altitude's measured from. This is just like, everybody knows this.
Yeah. Exactly. The normies aren't concerned with apologising for how globe-shaped it isn't when they do their day-to-day normalness. Why would they? You just talk about how Earth's measured and it is just ipso facto flat. And when it's coming into the arena, suddenly it's, oh, well, I'll have to run that by this other person to see if this is a debatable point that's agreeable or not. It's like, no, it doesn't affect what they do if you agree with this. Because it's not an agree-disagree situation when you've got 20,000 feet as a measurement to adhere to or not. And if you're not, you're crashing into the ground. And if you are, the flight controller's happy with you as a blip on a screen. They're not contesting it. They're not debating it. They're not discussing it. It's just a measurement. It's just a number that they have to ascend to and then remain level with respect to the ground. That's it. No debate, no discussion.
Yeah. It's not called straight and level flight for no reason. I mean,
Yeah.
You're in straight and level flight, obviously.
So really, technically, the name of the show is just it's just what's the word for it? Nomenclature. You know, flat Earth debate, but there's no debate about it. Earth's flat because the measure's flat.
Yeah.
Horizontal pitch, altitude, you know, heights, you know, measurements, trigonometry measurements of mountains to the Earth's surface, sea level. I mean, everything is solidified. Everything is substantiated. So the title of the show is just, you know, we just.
What's that word mean?
Is,
Nomenclature.
You know?
What does that mean?
That's like they use them in songs, and they make songs become trendy and time specific in chronology. Like that's deaf. Like if you say deaf right now, the kids will look at you like deaf. But an old head would say, "I know what he means. He means great, like fabulous, like cool." So, flat Earth debate is played out because it's not a debate anymore.
I see. So where I say no namesake. So typically when I say there is no debate, flat Earth debate is a show title. It's just the namesake of my show.
There you go. Exactly.
Is that what nomenclature means?
Nomenclature, according to Oxford.
That doesn't mean what nomenclature means. That doesn't mean. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, we get a definition from Surf Daddy. Go ahead, Surf Daddy.
The devising or choosing of names for things, especially in a science or other discipline. Example, the Linnean system of zoological nomenclature. The body or system of names in a particular field. Example, the nomenclature of chemical compounds. Formal use, the term or terms applied to someone or something. Customers was a preferred or original nomenclature for passengers.
Okay, so you could say that flat Earth debate is the nomenclature for us describing how Earth is measured. Flat. Doesn't mean it's a debate, it's just its nomenclature in this context, although I wouldn't necessarily use it in that context per se, but as it's been used by D, it does actually make sense now you've defined it. Okay, cool.
Well, the nomenclature of surveying, you could say there's planar surveying. There's the the nomenclature for surveying are things like triangles and elevation angles and distances and 180 degrees, and I mean all of those terms. The Windex flat Earth 30 words. All of those words are the nomenclature of discussing Earth measurements. How's that?
Perfect.
What times when you started this show, Nathan, and what you was doing, everyone was under the impression it was a debate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a debate. But yeah, that's what we thought. But even, I mean, you can respond to this in two ways. You can say, well, it's not a debate because we're dealing with the facts of the measurements. But on the other hand, it was never a debate anyway, because a debate is usually a discussion on should we paint that building white and move that room over there? Let's have a group with the college people and we'll give the pros and cons to that, and people vote on the decision. That's a debate.
Well, here we go. I don't want to say the person's name because they're we know we're not buddies with them anymore. But they broke it down like this: certain things that we knew were objective and subjective. You know what I'm saying? The flat Earth measurement is a fact. It's substantiated. So it's not I think the term was, it wouldn't be subjective. Subjective means it can be flexible depending on whose perspective, right? Like the spherical argument is what? Is that more subjective or objective? Remember when we were talking about that one time with somebody that we know, we don't want to discuss who they are because they pissed us off, but we were talking about certain things that's not up for debate. Water is wet. There's no debate about water being wet. Ice
water's
define wet.
Water's yeah, no, water's level. Level is level. So when you're debating, there's no debate over when you say you need a level.
You're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm not talking about I'm talking about whether it's flat Earth, whether it's doo-doo. Doo-doo stinks. I mean, certain things are just what it is. There's no debate about, well, maybe moose poop smells. Poop stinks. That's what we were talking about at that day when we were talking about some things are just not debatable. Some things are just not. Some things are just irrefutable and they're just facts.
I love the way you
There's
think.
no debate about it.
Some things aren't disputable. Shit stinks.
Water is wet. Water is wet. Period. Water is wet. That's it. Period. Whether it comes from your tears, from your penis, your butt, the river, the ocean, water is wet. So there's no debate about the water.
Dry ice, mate.
Not true.
Dry ice.
Yeah, I was going to say you can have ice and steam.
Did I say ice? I said water.
Define dry.
Yeah, I said water. I didn't say dry ice. I said water. So
Liquid
before it was
water.
dry ice, it was water. Then it became dry ice. But we're talking about water.
Can I interject with?
We can. We're just being pedantic
with
with D just to mess with him. But go ahead.
All right, go ahead, D.
No, he's done. I said we were being pedantic with him. He's talking about liquid water. Water's colloquially generally considered to be in its liquid state, right? Because it generally is. But you're talking about liquid water being wet, but water's available in lots of different states. Go ahead, Surf Daddy. Our pedanticness with D can wait for another time.
Yeah, here comes pedantic. Let's ask AI, the internet Google, is water wet? AI overview. Whether water is wet depends on your definition of the word. No, if you define wet as a state of being saturated with a liquid, since water is the substance that causes wetness. Yes, if you define wet as the sensation of a liquid adhering to a surface, since water molecules stick to each other, cohesion, and can also stick to other surfaces, adhesion.
Right,
and then it goes on for what arguments for why water is not wet. why the earth is not flat. Oh my gosh. So it's like there's no truth anymore. There's no axioms. There's no you know,
Yeah,
just you
you're
can't
correct.
I think
you
That's
can't
Huey
it.
would say you
water.
don't debate a stone. A stone is a scone. Thank
Oh
you,
yeah,
Neil.
well,
Thank you,
I'll
Neil.
bet AI
Thank you, Neil.
is a scone a scone. I could ask AI and it will tell me that it depends.
Yeah, we're in an age
And
where
depends.
AI will
Yeah,
teach people, like in 1984, that 2 + 2 is 5.
yeah, it's all
Correct.
subjective, which means there's no
It's not, it's
objective
4,
truth. That
Neil.
means
It's not
doesn't
correct. It's wrong.
So
No,
you could
you're
say that-
correct by saying we're in an age where AI is telling us these things. That's correct. We are in that age.
Is that true,
like
Neil?
saying,
Is that really true?
like saying, sorry, mate. I mean, it's like saying, like, one time when you multiply something, it increases, doesn't it? You know what I mean? You're multiplying. 2 times 2 is 4. It's
Hold on, let me just check with AI.
1 times 1 is 1.
But this is where parents should be getting aggravated because they always use that analogy. Kids come home and they know 2 + 2 is 4. But now with AI, they're learning all these other nonsense. Parents should start getting outraged. Start going to the schools and demanding why the children are being taught that they live in a solar system. I don't see what the problem is.
Maybe we should change the name of the show to Flat Earth, FEF, Flat Earth Facts.
It's just a nomenclature.
Yes, there you go. Level's level. You use level and angles and elevation. That's the nomenclature of sciences or things like surveying or air flight or measuring, geometric measuring. The nomenclature has to be the words that are typically used for a thing that you're doing. They say, for a science, but for anything. So Neil's got nomenclature for his construction business. When he says level, everyone in construction knows what that is. When he says soffit, everyone knows what a soffit is, right? But when everyone in construction knows what a soffit is, I'm not quite sure. I couldn't describe it, but because I don't know the nomenclature. But when you've got a world now where truth is subjective, which makes it not truth anymore. If it's subjective, there can be no absolute truth. There's always a well, but, and it depends. When the world is like that, you can't understand or adhere to anything. Nothing is true if truth is not absolute. And if you can't rely on simple axioms, laws and axiom, natural laws and geometric mathematical axioms and stuff like that, if you can't rely on those to be absolutely true, then nothing can make sense to anybody.
Exactly. It sounds so weird to hear you say it, but it's like, if you can't rely on an axiom, like, I'm not moaning at you, but what's an axiom?
An axiom is something that's true.
So if you can't rely on, it's like, it's almost a contradiction in terms to suggest that you couldn't rely on an axiom. You're like, but that's what they're doing. That's the world we live in. Frustrating, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm dealing with. To a lot of people, it's old news and stuff like that. But reciprocal zenith angles. I've got a guy on my Facebook page that is absolutely just sticking to this main surveyor guy who shows one illustration of reciprocal zenith angles, and I'm debating him. I'm just for fun and for exercise trying to find out how this illustration fits anything in reality. And it took me a week to figure out that the illustration that shows, we've all seen it, where it shows reciprocal zenith angles are, that plumb lines aren't parallel. And it took me a week to figure out that this, my opponent said that this was a survey. This was a survey that was done, and this is how surveyors do stuff and stuff. And I'm looking at it, and it's like, he has no actual measurements to the surface, even to his globe surface. He's got a curved surface in his illustration, two theodolites, and it shows that the plumbs aren't parallel. So all plumb lines aren't parallel. Well, axiomatically, that has to be false. Just measuring the height of a tree in your yard, or two buildings, or a mountain, God forbid, measuring the height of a mountain, your zenith and the mountain's zenith has to be 90 degrees in order for the trig to work. And that trig can only work if the baseline that you're using for your triangle, as our guy was talking about today, triangles everywhere, has to be the surface of the earth, or a line that is parallel with the surface of seawater, of sea level, in order to work. You got to have a horizontal, and it's got to be parallel with sea level. That's an axiom. And I just basically telling the guy, if plumb lines are not parallel, then we can't freaking measure anything. There's nothing we can measure and be plumb and call it plumb.
Precisely.
Yeah. And all plumb, according to, I looked it up. I basically asked the question, how can you measure an elevation angle if all plumb lines are not parallel? And of course, the first thing it gives me is this main surveyor. And there seems to be no one else but this guy making YouTube bucks on it.
Yeah. And what he's doing is defying axiomatic principles that are actually used by everyone else in measurement of Earth. He's got no practical example, but that's what AI will scrape and give you.
Well, and what's hard is that you have to read carefully, because the AI does say that yeah, despite that, it says basically non-parallelism. I don't know, bear with me here. It says the non-parallelism of plumb lines, known as the deflection of the vertical, so it's got a nice little term for it, is a well-known phenomenon caused by local variations in the Earth's gravity field, parentheses, e.g., due to mountains or differences in underground rock density. So a lot of detail that makes no sense. Despite this, elevation angles are routinely and accurately measured by using can you say it with me? Local horizontal plane as the primary reference, which is always perpendicular to the local plumb line. Well, fuck me, excuse me. But this basically just says, oh, well, we all know about this deflection of the vertical stuff. This is science, and you guys don't understand it. And there's variations in gravity fields, blah, 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 blah. But despite this problem, elevation angles are routinely and accurately measured by using a local horizontal plane as the primary reference, which is always perpendicular, axiomatically, to the local plumb line. So when I tell my friend, you always need a horizontal plane of reference for all geometric measurements without exception, he says, no, plumb lines aren't parallel and blah, blah, plumb lines aren't parallel, blah, blah, blah. But yet when an AI says stuff, it gives you the whole, yes, it's wet, but maybe it's not wet. Yes, we have the non-parallelism of deflective of the vertical, but we still can accurately measure using a local horizontal plane.
Yeah, so it's presenting the deflection as a problem for globe believers, so that they can be reading the headline of, there's this deflection, reciprocating zenith angles, therefore globe. But in spite of this, when you get the full explanation, we don't actually treat it as a problem, we just measure Earth flat.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say, yeah.
I mean, essentially, what it's saying is you have reciprocating zenith angles because gravity is a force. That's what it really boils down to. It's stupid.
Yeah, but then further to that, it adds that we're not going to be using any issues with gravitational deviations because there aren't any. We'll just measure it flat, though.
Right.
Yeah, we've got all these problems with gravity and everything else, but we'll, these are things we've got to consider. But when we get down to the nitty gritty, we'll just measure Earth flat. They don't matter now.
Yeah, they stop being a problem the minute you actually make a measurement of Earth flat. So what is it really a problem? Well, it isn't. We just measure Earth flat. Well, that's a problem if I believe I'm on a ball. Well, yeah, reciprocating zenith angles. That's how we account for that problem of it not being a ball when we measure it flat.
Yeah, I never understood what the relevance of that that first pre-Einsteinian gravity thing has to do with anything, because they give you a scenario that a parachuting Marine jumped out of a plane, altitudinally measured 10,000 feet from the Earth and came down because gravity pulled him down. Still, the measurements are still the same. The measurements are still the same. The measurement does not change, even if you want to idiotically just like concede to the fact that gravity is a force. If you even went to that extreme, and let's say you could never persuade somebody from that, just by them talking about the measurement from that 10,000 feet to the Earth, that latitudinal measurement right there has to be measured the same way Deck and the other gentlemen just broke it down to. So at the end of the day, it's still the measurements. It doesn't matter. It's the measurements. That's why it's not a debate.
Newton himself realized all the issues with claiming gravity as a force. That's why he didn't want to subscribe to him, but it was forced on him anyway after the fact, after he died.
This AI bullshit. It's just like they're going to get the younger generation hooked on it, and that's what they'll go off, and it'll just tell them, it'll have the heliocentric reasoning behind it to keep the heliocentric so-called model alive. Scientism, heliocentric, that's the answers that you're going to get. And then kids will just come to rely on them answers that they get off AI because AI knows all the answers. Don't have to think about anything. AI will tell us everything we need to know. And then they can just present that to anybody and say, well, there you go.
You know what I like too? I like how Nathan, the guys used to break down this too. Like they always say, locally flat, whatever. So let's say you got, who was it? I forgot who. McFluffy Duffy said he had 1,000 people or 1,500 people. Somebody from there said they had 1,500 people around the world measuring. So if you have 1,500 measurements locally in different areas of the world, and all the measurements were 10,000 all the way, all over the place, the prerequisite is that even that local area had to be horizontal, flat, to get the same measurement in Hong Kong and then in Australia. You get what I'm saying? It's like at the end of the day, it doesn't, there's no difference. The measurements is going to always be the final denominator. The final conquest, the final result will be the measurement. So no matter what you can say, you can't escape it. You cannot escape the measurements. That's why I don't even feel bad that I'm not around anymore, because it was substantiated back then when y'all started doing it. I was like, whoa, it woke me up. Now, nobody will even talk to me no more about it. As soon as I throw measurements in their face, they just kind of have this dumb look on their face like, oh shit, I didn't think about it like that. And then they'll say, it doesn't matter anyway. It ain't gonna pay my bill.
It's like, but original bit. So I got in. Just a quick story. I got in that conversation with a good friend of mine. He's a glober. He's a grown man. He's intelligent. He knows I'm a flat earther, but it comes up now and again. And we got to the point where, when we was talking about, I think we got onto elevation angles and latitude measurements, and he got to the point where Johnny's called. He got to the point It got to the point where I had to stop him and say, John, you're at a point now where you're going to have to tell me that level is curved. Do you want to go down that road? And the conversation ended, because that's where I brought the conversation to. And he was going to do it. And he's not in this arena. He's not an anti-flat earther. he's a decent guy. He's got a good job. He's just been brought up like all of us. But we have a little conversation now and again. I think he's quietly interested in it because every now and again, Blue Moon, it'll just come up, and I'll, depending on our moods, I'll give him some information and correct him on a few things. And it got to the point where I said, "Do you really want to now tell me levels, not level, John? Is that where this conversation?"
I love the fact that you knew where it was going as well. So you're capable of being able to say to him, "You want to tell me levels curve now, don't you? Because we need parallel flight level," or whatever it is you were discussing. I don't know what you're actually discussing, but let's say it's flight level. Oh, well, because flight level's parallel with the surface level, you want to tell me that the surface level's curving, don't you?
Yep, that's exactly where it was going to go. And then that's when the conversation stopped.
Sometimes I nip it at the
because
bud
he's
and
smart
ask
enough to
him,
realize how ridiculous that sounds.
It only sounds ridiculous to them because they realize that the only place this argument makes sense to them is when you're arguing about the size and shape of the Earth and not locally. I'm looking at a page that I thought was interesting because I thought it was going to talk about the difference between plumb and level and straight and square. Yeah, plumb, level, and square and true. What does that mean, and how do you measure it? So I thought it was going to be it was going to be because it came from this page that I was just reading about with reciprocal zenith angles. But it actually took me to this guy. He's doing it all in relation to construction. So just like Neil, who knows that what level is, that level's level, and vertical or perpendicular is vertical and stuff like that, it has nothing to do with freaking gravity and everything like that. But the only time that this subject gets flipped on its head is just with heliocentric theory and with ball theory. And that's what causes people to flip if they're tied to the ball.
Malfunction.
It's nearly there.
Yeah. Everyone knows what level is. Everyone knows what perpendicular and straight and up and down and all that stuff. Everyone knows that. They know the axioms. They know what is true. When they have to deny what is true is when they're confronted with the problems of the heliocentric that conflict with what is true. As soon as you say it applies to everything. The gas pressure without a container. That's true. You can't have gas pressure without a container, and everyone knows that. But when you come to the globe and how they have to explain why it's not violating natural law, then that's when you pick sides. And that's when people who are cognitively unable to understand what is true versus what is not true have the problem. And I feel sorry for people that don't know what is true.
You need to keep these two things very separate from one another so that you can get on with normal day-to-day measuring of Earth flat without needing to comprehend how globe-shaped it isn't when you do that. So as long as those two things are kept distant from each other, that's where I want to bridge the gap. That's why I keep saying I want to cover normie videos. As long as we keep covering anti-flat earthers, we're just retaining our little pond separate from the rest of normie society. The minute we start covering, like we did today, this map reading company guy, suddenly we're bridging a gap between how deceitful it is to suggest you're on a ball with it having the problems of reciprocal zenith angles that are simultaneously ignored when we just measure Earth flat, and the fact that we just measure flat when normies just measure it flat. I want to bridge that gap.
My head is bobbing like a bobblehead, like crazy, Nathan. I'm like, yes, it's that time. It's that time. And I think I might have said that in a way, but maybe didn't come across the way you just eloquently said it. where I was frustrated before, and I was talking about that next level. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I said it back when you went from arguing with the numpties to taking these videos and just letting them go and then pausing them and then dissecting them. I think that was the next level. But then after that, I said after that, now it's got to be another level. And I think we were on our way when we dealt with Danny.
Yeah, we always wanted the one deck. One deck started suggesting started suggesting that we just deal with professionals, people that do these things every day, and they're going to tell you the same thing we've been telling you.
Yep. And because guess what? On TikTok and all of them, all those so-called professionals come on TikTok and they shred those so-called aspiring flat earthers apart. Because those flat earthers on TikTok, I don't know if recent, because I haven't been on TikTok in a while, but those surveyors and all these other things, they get on there and they either they're lying or they don't know that what they're saying actually supports it, but then they come out and say the earth is still curved at the end of their point. But still, the professionals are going on the layman or the weaker flat earther platforms or wannabe flat earthers, and they're tearing them apart and then making it a very convoluted, confusing conversation for the listener who doesn't know anything about surveying or has been brought up thinking that the earth is round but has a feeling that it doesn't sound right. So by you doing this, if we can, I don't know if they're courageous enough to, if they can get on this show and they can just, like you said, the pops just spill their guts out and boast and brag. They can literally solidify this whole thing.
They'll do it anyway.
Like,
There'll be videos. That's the point. There'll be videos out there of them sniffing their own farts, telling you how wonderful they are, whilst detailing accurately how flat they measure Earth. Because they're not going to know there's a gap to be bridged. They're just going to talk about what they do. Now, because cognitively it's been separated from the fact that they're told they're on a ball while simultaneously measuring Earth flat in every respect. Because there's that separation, they're not going to think it's necessary while they're sniffing their own farts to disclaim how non-ball-shaped it is. But if we can bridge that gap and the whole world starts cognitively thinking, I need to explain why it's not being measured ball-shaped here, that's a step too far for most normal people. They'll just go, well, it's just flat. Because that's cognitively easier. There's less mental expenditure to just accept it as it's measured than there is to explain why it's not being ball-shaped measured and why it could be ball-shaped, but simultaneously that problem doesn't have to be counted for when it is actually measured flat. That's a whole rigmarole that most people won't tolerate. That's why they've been kept separate. Now, there's people who concern themselves with that. We call them anti-flat earthers, who'll go to the ends of the earth to do exactly that, with all the cognitive dissonance in tow. Now, they'll be losing sleep over it, but why would I have to deal with that when I can just bridge the gap between a normal pilot who wants to sniff his own farts and tell you how flat he measures Earth because he's so wonderful?
It's like that, like you say, though, that surveyor today and the other videos you've watched, they're not concerned with this. It's not a debate. The fact that Earth, we're not arguing that you don't live on a globe. That surveyor today has told us how Earth is measured with the baselines, all the trig baselines being connected, triangulation, sea level being introduced to them all at the same, level above sea level. If you got that guy on this show next week and put him in a corner about what shapes the Earth, he'd probably still want to tell you it was a globe.
Exactly.
Somehow.
So don't put him in the corner. I don't need that guy to suddenly be in cognitive dissonance to try and fumble his way around explaining reciprocating zenith angles that are simultaneously being pulled with a gravitational force that hasn't been a force for 110 years, but is also the magical answer to this very problem of measuring Earth flat in this instance. But simultaneously, we don't need to because my explanation still stands when I measured it flat. I don't need his cognitive dissonance. He's gone through how he measured it. Once we've got how he measured it, what else do I need from him? Well, I don't. I don't need him to apologise for how flat he measured Earth.
Yeah. You don't need nothing after that. And yeah, of course, if you push them against the wall, they're going to say it's a sphere. They think they're on a sphere. But when they fly, they know it's flat.
And the Greeks all knew that.
maybe not, because I'm sure surveyors like that guy today, the way he was breaking down surveying. Can he honestly say with a straight face that after everything that we're actually on a globe?
Well, he probably would say, well, it's just, on the Earth's massive. Just even though we're doing a city, it's just a standard level baseline. We are measuring from sea level, but that doesn't,
Yeah, but
that
he's
doesn't take away.
measuring. There's no drop being measured though on deck.
Yeah, but I'm just saying what he would probably say if he'd never even thought about it, because he's just dealing with horizontal triangulation, altitude measurements from sea level. But if you put him on his toes, he'd have to say something, and he'd probably say, well, it must. He wouldn't know the answer, but he would have to. He would probably say, well, I don't. The Earth is a globe. Obviously, this is just how we measure it. This is how we do it. Obviously, the Earth's a globe because I've seen photographs of the blue marble.
I don't know. I think a guy like that would have you put him to the wall and you say, okay, you just showed us, you've just demonstrated all of this to me, and you have actually proven that Earth is flat. I think he'd have to concede.
We don't need I keep saying, we don't need the guy's concession. What I need is him. Just listen.
I'm just saying,
okay,
hypothetically.
I got you. We don't need a concession from him when he's there smugly telling us how flat he measured Earth. We just need to say, you see how this guy's measuring Earth? It's flat. While he smugly says, I've got this tool that I've made. I didn't want to spend the expensive ruler money, so I made one myself while I measured Earth flat. While he's saying those things, I don't need him to come on and go, oh yeah, that means I understand now that Earth's not a ball. I don't need that from him.
I understand what you're saying now. He's already telling us that.
That's all.
Right, and he's not in the position to defend globe or ball anything, and people like that, that's why it's good that we're reviewing their videos where they aren't put in the position of having to defend the globe.
Yeah. We all know. We were just speaking a little bit out of. But we all know that, and now we're using these videos. We're just using that material because that's actually what they're doing. But I think we were just sort of going into it a little bit too deep, and we don't need to go there.
I get what Nathan's talking about, though. We don't have to ask him that question when he's smugly telling us how he measures Earth flat. I don't need to ask him that anymore. Actually, that would be stupid to ask him that question.
Yeah.
He'll turn around and say, "You paying attention?"
Yeah, and Neil,
I mean, I might even. No, but one thing, Rose, I might just come out on his video and saying, you've broken all my dreams because after watching your video, I realised that I don't live on a globe anymore.
You should say that comment. That's a good one.
No, you shouldn't. No. You don't need to ruin his day, right? He's happy, right? He's telling you how he measured Earth flat, and he's delighted that he understands it and can convey it in a reasonably concise way to an audience. Out on location with his big lumps of concrete that aren't just lumps of concrete, right? He's smug. Now, I'm not decrying that guy for being smug, right? I'm smug. I know Earth's measured flat, and I'm quite smug about that fact when I tell people it. Yeah? But for the fact that I've got complete wankers around me that will completely decry that fact by saying, well, actually, just because we've measured it flat and require it to be flat, and axiomatically the principles applied to the measurement are flat, doesn't mean Earth's flat. Just because I've got to deal with that shit doesn't mean that I should put that kind of same shit onto somebody else who's just having a good day, measuring Earth flat. I'll use his information. It's like, well, you were smug about sniffing your own farts telling us how flat you measured it, but you're not so smug now that I've pointed out that means we're not on a bleeding ball. Well, tough luck. Next time, don't be so smug about you measuring Earth flat. Without, going through the cognitive pain of realising that means you're not on a ball? What, just because you didn't suffer that cognitive pain? I don't want to force that cognitive pain upon them. But for the fact that I'm telling people to go and let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, but that's for the reasons of videography. I want him to promote my video, not because I want him to feel the pain that I've felt for 10 years. Far from it. I wish him every luck. I don't want him to go through anything like that. Normality should be just as we've measured it. And he's measured it flat. Yep. He's not worried about it, is he? Yeah. Why should he be? Well, because the government religion says it's a ball? That's not my fault. I shouldn't force that on him.
Yeah, but I still think he would say, "Are you paying attention to what I just said to you? How can you ask me a question like that?"
No, I
Let
mean,
him.
we're all
Let
joking
him. Let
aside.
him.
You want
I
him
mean,
to reiterate it.
I wouldn't do that anyway. We're just all having a bit of a banter, aren't we, at the moment? The video was great. The videos that we've done in that respect, the survey and the flight, the elevation angles, this one was a good one today. I wouldn't, I'm just saying that. I wouldn't go down that road. It's good just to see how Earth measurements and mapping is being dealt with in reality. And that's what we went through today. Yeah, I'm not going to get on the guy's case about it.
And guys, having it
You can have him prove your point without having to worry about converting him to a flat.
Hold on, D Rose is talking.
Actually,
thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, my
Vaxi was
bad.
first, actually, but there we go.
Shit.
Vaxi was first, but there we go. Vaxi got to the end. Okay, Vaxi then
No, he
D-Rose.
wasn't.
No, all I was saying was you can get them to prove your point, and you don't have to worry about converting them to become a flat earther. And plus, his response would probably be like, I got a little screenshot of what AI said. Not AI the person, AI the Gemini. It says, yes, the Earth is measured flat within a local context. Every single measurement in celestial navigation, the elevation angle, the azimuth, the creation of a local horizontal plane is a measurement that operates on the principle of local flatness. But that's not the true story, the full story, blah, 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 Earth's globe. Like, I don't see how that guy would do anything differently. But it doesn't matter. He's proving your point.
Well, that's a contradiction because there are no flat surfaces on a sphere. No, but I know AI, I don't know what he's talking about.
But
so I don't care how he says it vocally.
AI is going to be encouraged to offer that contradiction. Go ahead, D.
I was just going to simply say, hasn't the question been applied, posed to pilots all over Eric DeBay's videos and everybody else's videos when they get off the flight and they go in the cockpit and they ask the pilot, so how does it look? Does it look flat? And I mean, the question doesn't have to be asked anymore. Just like Nathan said, let the professional speak his mind in his boastful way, whatever, and then he can basically lay it out on the line right there and leave it at that. You don't have to have him reiterate anything. You don't have to question anything that he makes a point about. Just let him talk, and he's giving you the answer without you even asking. Because we already asked that question. We've had numerous pilots say, quite flat to me, nothing but flat. I mean, no curve at all. And he still didn't get to the thick heads of even some of the normies, let alone the numpty globe proponents. So just, like Nathan said, let the pilot just talk. Let the professionals talk and lay it out.
Yeah, then let the... Go ahead.
No, you go, Neil.
I was going to say, yeah, let the anti-flat earthers debate with them.
I was just going to say,
when had any interactions with any pilots over the years?
I didn't hear that. So come again?
Yeah, I didn't hear that neither.
I said, have you gentlemen had any interactions with pilots over the years? Just this last year, I was taking a trip from Minnesota to Florida, and I had a moment where I got to sit next to a pilot on the way home. But, at one point in time, I may have thought about asking him some of these questions. But after being in some of these conversations and learning about, what Earth is in this Earth plane and actually what we live on, surface level, eye level, parallel, in planes at a 2 to 3 degree pitch, and they don't adjust for curvature. I didn't need to ask him anything at that point, where you see a lot of people that when they get next to a pilot, they're posing these questions to him. And that just left my mind once I started to understand the surface level measurement and, right triangles and how we measure Earth. And it was funny because I had a Zetetic astronomy book that I was reading, and I know he's seen it. I'm not sure if you guys Samuel Robotham, and he was right next to me, and you could see his demeanor change a little bit. And he kind of avoided kind of talking to me a little bit. He had his earplugs in. He was looking away. He was watching a movie. I know he's seen my book. Right in the front, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth is not a globe. So I'm not sure if he was obviously thinking I was going to start bugging him, because I kind of would just chat with him a little bit in kind of just a gentlemanly way. How's it going? How's the flight? Where are you traveling to? But you could tell he didn't have any interest really in kind of promoting a conversation. But my whole point is I didn't need to have him tell me any of these things at that point. Once
Yes,
I finally
I'm so glad you've said that. Who's that?
Hold
Michael.
on, I got
Hold on, Neil. Michael, thank God I could kiss you. Right. Yes. When you reach a point that you've just described, you're describing where you it sounds like a stupid guru when I make statements like this. You've ascended beyond the point where you suddenly need the affirmation of an authority figure like a pilot. You know for sure and without a doubt Earth's flat. You don't require some other tosspot to tell you it. You already know it. Now, you're interested in reading Rowbotham's book because you're interested in reading books, but not because you need him to affirm what you already know. And the same goes for the pilot. Now, when you reach the point that you don't need to ask next man if you're right, like the affirming glance, that's right? You know what I'm saying's right? That's you being... that's you lacking in self-confidence. You don't know it's right, so you're seeking the affirmation of the person you're telling it to. So you understand that that's right, so you'll agree with me, right? I don't need that anymore. You don't need that anymore. I don't give two fucks if you agree with me or not. That's my attitude now. I don't care whether or not you think it's debatable. It isn't. I know that for a stone cold fact, which is why I'm going to be dangerous moving forward. Why my censorship levels are off the absolute scale. Because I don't give a shit if you agree with me anymore. It's a fact. Go and look at the bleeding measurements. That's your attitude too, Michael. And the fact that you are mirroring my attitude in that regard so I can summarise it in the third person with your words is beautiful. Like I say, I could kiss you.
No, you're a freaking hard, Nathan. You stole everything. So exactly what I was going to say. The people that ask are the people that don't know.
Well, I was also gonna jump in before Nathan really interrupted. Listen, there was two things I was going to say when he said if we've talked to any pilots. The first thing was, and I'm being honest when I say this, I've never liked that. Ask a pilot situation, as if a pilot knows it. I mean, I've been like that for years. Like, what's a pilot got? Oh, let's get the pilot's confirmation of whether we live on a sphere. Secondly, if I was going to say, if you said if we spoke to any pilots on this, well, we don't need to speak to a pilot. All we need to do is we've got the pitch data, and we just push the pitch data A4 piece of paper with a graph and information under anybody's nose, and say, there you go. That's all the information you need.
Yeah, the people that man, he was all over it. But yeah, because you don't need his affirmation, like Nathan said. It's the people that aren't sure. They don't know and for sure without a doubt that Earth is flat, so they got to ask a pilot.
Yeah, that was my whole point. That's why I was asking like that. That's what I was trying to get across, is I just didn't need to ask him anymore. That's why I brought that question up, just to tell you guys about that little interaction I had.
Perfect. And I've tried to communicate that with the audience in a different way, right? The way I've put it up until now, and this will hopefully sound familiar to you, Michael, specifically, is get on with your day. I'm trying to say the same thing. Once you know for sure and without a doubt it's flat, you don't need to seek the affirmation. You don't need to convert next man. You just get on with your day. You can just ignore it. Basically move on. You don't need my channel. Now, if on the other hand you want to be a debating ninja, that's to say you want to be a flat earth evangelist, then yeah, you need to have understood what we've covered for the last 10 straight years. You need to understand it upside down, inside out, back to front. Yeah, you do. Because if you're going to enter into debates with people, but in a way that's kind of self-defeating, because that tells me that you don't know. The fact that you want to debate it still.
Correct. There is no debate.
You want to be able to know and be confident that you know and how you know it, so that when someone does peg you as one of those flat earthers, then you can tell them, no, I just know that's how it's measured, and then walk away and leave them with having to decide whether to track you down and try to debate you or whatever. You walk away when you know the truth, when someone challenges you. You can debate the truth if they challenge you. But don't go up to them and say, do you know the earth is flat? That's like walking up to somebody and saying, do you know Jesus? It's going to always be not a great conversation.
That's what happened to me with that freaking guy I was working with.
Go on then, elaborate. Well, that was a wonderful anecdote, Neil. I'm so glad you told us. Is this thing on?
I don't know. I lost this for a minute.
Are you back?
Yeah, I was saying that's what happened to me. Forget it.
Go on, Neil.
Nah, I'm in a bad spot, so I'm going to go in and out.
You're at the in and out.
All right. Well,
Burgers.
I was going to add real quick an example of how this will probably go once you start just finding normie videos and start commenting on them and pointing out how they're all measuring the earth flat. I've been pointing out for a while how all airplane instruments, all things like glide slope, and all measurements related to flight are flat. And Facebook happily forwards me and feeds me all these kind of AI sites that are trying to make a buck, that are just showing all kinds of great proofs that the earth is flat by how their instruments work, and great illustrations. And I've put a few of these on my page, and the guy that hates me did actually go to that page that I had recently posted and said, oh, look, it's all horizontal, it's all flat, Earth's flat. And he went there and said, you do know that flat earthers are using your page as proof that the earth is flat, don't you? And within a day or two, that feed was, or whatever I shared, was no longer available on my page. So I fully expect that once the cat gets out of the bag on how we're addressing just normie videos and pointing out how flat the earth is by their example, that there will be the anti-flat earthers that will be.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I'm just sorry to cut you off. Yes, what you're saying is when, let's say, the guy that we've just covered, right? So the map reading company is all sniffing his own farts, happy as Larry, telling us that he's measured Earth flat, until someone comes along and goes, you do realise that you measuring Earth flat is being used by flat earthers. That means they've then got to invest their time into making sure that guy's on their side, promoting the ball. Cognitively expensive. Do you think that guy's going to be on his next video? Happy as Larry. Look how happy I am hanging my little level off this concrete. No, he's going to be all twisted up and losing sleep because he's going to be bullied by wankers. The wankers telling him, you can't allow these flat earthers to use your flat earth measurements to say Earth's flat when you measure it flat. You need to do something about this. Do you think he's going to be on the next video all delighted and happy and smug? No, he won't. No, he'll be on cognitive dissonance then, won't he? Being told that he needs to compensate for how flat he's measured Earth and apologise for how flat he's measured Earth and apologise for how globe-shaped he didn't measure Earth. Do you think that's going to leave him happy? Now, how many people do you think will invest the cognitive energy in that endeavour? Do you think everybody will invest cognitively in that? I don't think so. But they've got to, anti-flat Earth brethren that go and poison these sources, they've got to rely on that person being willing to invest the cognitive energy into apologising for how bullshit they didn't measure Earth.
Yeah,
That just means it
100%.
behooves us to come up with appropriate praise and thanks when we say, Nathan Oakley sent to you, or we reviewed your video and want to thank you very much, and just positive stuff, so that it counteracts any of the troll angst that might come his way.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go and say, ha ha, Dumbo, you proved Earth's flat. You go, thanks, we really appreciate your video. We just want to, I used to describe it, sharing the YouTube algorithmic love with you. Let you know that we want to support your channel. I'm a much smaller channel, but I'm sharing your link to your much bigger channel because we value you as a YouTuber.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Very well. That sounds like Flatzoid.
Flatzoid, how's it going?
How's
Nathan?
it going?
Joy.
Like, I just got back from debating Blitz, Shane Pugga.
Who?
Uh-oh, debating.
What are you
we can't call
debating
it
about?
debate. More or less ripping him around, whipping, pulling him by his tail the whole way.
Good stuff.
But yeah, how's it going, guys? Long
Very
time no
well.
see.
How are you?
Busy, but it's good to be here, man.
What were you debating about? That was my question.
It was supposed to be about God versus nature, prove God to him, and it ended up having some science discussion and thermodynamic laws, and but the guy doesn't know his toe from his right foot, so very embarrassing for him.
Oh, good.
And he ran when I brought up the scientific method, by the way.
Sorry, because last time we had a moan at you because you were getting it slightly wrong.
No, he doesn't think observation's part of science.
Well, observation of natural phenomena is definitely the first step in the scientific method. But observation on its own isn't part of science, it's just looking at stuff.
Yeah. No, but he didn't want to go through the scientific method. And when I cited the first law of thermodynamics to him, he literally told me I was wrong and then brought up his own equation that he drew on paper, which literally made my point of this first law of thermodynamics.
Sounds like nothing's changed.
Nah, and then it's just a few insults, calling me a flat earther and a flurf and I'm dumb, the normal stuff.
Wait a second. I asked you what you debated on. You told me you debated on science, on God. Where the heck did this flat earth come from?
Because I'm a flat earther. No, because according to him, he even threw away time, by the way. Because he thinks nature always just existed. So time doesn't exist apparently, but yet it exists according to his time dimension.
That's reasonable. From their perspective.
There was somebody in chat today. Yesterday that was saying the same thing. Existence always existed. Okay.
Wait, what's entropy? What's another name for entropy?
The arrow of time.
Decay.
The arrow of time.
Decay.
The arrow of time. So they must fundamentally deny entropy. So it's no coincidence that you're debating the second law of thermodynamics with somebody who wants to deny the very existence of time itself. Entropy is the arrow of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but he was throwing away his gravity even. He was throwing away everything because he saw the contradictions every time he spoke. So it was quite funny. But I did put the link in the live chat for you. So it's only an hour long. But yeah, you guys are going to have a royal laugh.
Good stuff.
Gotta go. But if entropy is decay, ultimately, then it decays back to its original state. Does that mean it's traveled back in time?
It's an oversimplification to call it decay. So if you describe a gas spreading out to fill a space, is that decay?
Transformation.
What was the gas, I suppose, before it became the gas? I don't know.
Well, it's following a process, but entropic dispersion is still the second law of thermodynamics. It's just not necessarily decay.
Yeah, but obviously the matter that exists would decay and turn into a gas. Wasn't that what we decided?
But that's not decay. That's to disperse. Something slightly different. It's just I am being a little bit pedantic, but by the same token, hyperspecificity is required in some instances. We still going for curry tomorrow?
Oh yes, definitely.
Excellent.
Not if you don't answer the question right.
Hypothetical question. Nathan's gonna hate this question. If you could land on the moon, how do you think they would measure the height so they could land properly?
Can't. When they've got sextants out in space, which they did in some of the depictions of the space travel to the moon, then what are they measuring with a sextant? The horizontal plane of reference that they can no longer be afforded if they're out in space with a sphere below them, as they're alleged to be. So in other words, their navigation tool becomes completely useless in that hypothetical scenario where they are actually travelling into a violation of the second law of thermodynamics sky vacuum from a sphere that won't allow them to use the very tool that they're suggesting they navigate with. So when you get to the moon, the same principle would apply. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, they have no plane of reference.
Exactly. To be more concise, they've got no plane of reference.
So it's a good job that they didn't crash, really, isn't it?
They were just passengers, man.
Okay, see you later.
Couldn't they just measure the angle between two different stars?
But that requires elevation angle, which means horizontal.
Well, we're going to navigate space.
Yeah, I'm just trying to toy with the idea.
I do find it very ironic that they bring up like Alberuni and not understanding that Alberuni requires trigonometry functions over a horizontal plane.
We use him now as our proof of flat Earth. He proves Earth is measured flat. Thank you, Alberuni.
Doesn't just saying the word trig automatically delete any curve?
Yes.
It isn't just straight lines?
Absolutely.
Whoa, you're saying the dreaded triangle word. Don't say that.
Don't say 90.
It's crazy when we realized that we could debunk the globe and prove flat Earth with just a little bitty triangle, like Huey used to say when he was part of the team.
Again,
yeah, I love perpendicular. To me, perpendicular is the key.
Yeah, precisely.
And that's a geometric term that's true, right? That's an axiom. Perpendicular and horizontal, vertical and horizontal angles, 90-degree angle. Those are all true axiomatic geometric principles that everybody knows is true and everybody uses them as if true. Just like natural laws, we all use the natural law of thermodynamics in everyday purposes. We all use them as if true because they are true. Once you try to redefine level to curve or pressure to vacuum or whatever, once you try to bastardize what is true, then you can't function in the world. Absolute truth has to exist, and that does exist in axioms, natural laws, definitions of words that are true, and things like that.
You flat earthers always have his axioms.
How dare you use logic, man?
Oh, logic. You can't have logic even without God, without truth. People say that something is true or is subjective. Is water wet? Well, yes. Well, no. Well, then none of that's true. You can't have logic without the existence of absolute truth.
You know, you had Brian with that time when he was going on about you can't say that the word of God is true just because it's from the Bible. You had him there, but you let him go.
He got mad at me, didn't he?
You had him with the knowledge because, come on now.
All you got to do is ask, is that true? If you say truth is not absolute, then all you got to do is say, is that statement true? And they can't answer it because they've just denied truth. And it goes for Globers, it goes for atheists, it goes for anyone who denies that God exists and that God is the truth and that God's word is true. And you presuppositionally must agree and must know that truth is truth and it is absolute and it comes from God. And if you don't, all you're doing is denying that it is. All Glovers are doing is denying the horizontal, and they turn it into something that's not true, like a tangent plane or like a local horizontal or stuff like that.
Would you guys agree when it comes to infinite regress that it's actually a very illogical argument?
Wasn't it the cosmological or the ontological argument, basically, that you can't have...
Everything always just existed forever. So no matter how far you go, they always just go back and back and back to make a past before the beginning.
They do that, or you saying you do?
Atheists.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Because remember, they don't believe God created.
It's a first
so
law of...
they believe nature just existed forever.
It's a first law of thermodynamics violation, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, do you agree that infinite regress is just an idiotic, non-logical argument?
Right. No, all they're doing is denying that God exists. It's actually just freaking that simple.
Did you have a debate with a guy on your show about that, Flatoid? Because somebody came here and wanted us to pull you up on something like that. I don't know if it was the same thing, but I'm thinking it was.
Well, like I said, that was the discussion I had now with Blitz. And he couldn't understand how his argument was illogical. Well, I think he did. He's just couldn't take getting his ass handed to him constantly every time he opened his mouth. So he kept on getting like, no, time doesn't exist. No, wait, time does have a starting point. No, wait, it doesn't have a starting point. You know, like at the end of the day, he got so triggered with me. He played me calling Elizabeth a village bicycle nonsense misrepresentation and just kicked me off without me even being able to defend myself. So, yeah.
What'd you say? The Blitz guy? Dr. Blitz?
Yeah, the Dr. Blitz, the one you've been reviewing.
We reviewed his video yesterday. He's an idiot.
Yeah, because I contacted him before this and I was like, because I watched that one you're reviewing. And I was like, yeah, this guy, he couldn't really get his answers out correct. I understood what he was trying to argue, but the way he was presenting the arguments weren't really, we have to be fair, it wasn't really up to scratch. So I actually messaged Dr. Blitz and like, you know what, I understand what he was trying to say, you know, I'll actually go and correct.
He couldn't put it all together. He couldn't put it all together, but when I listened back, Nathan is correct. He had him. He had the guy right at the curve calculator. He had him at eye level. He was denying everything, but he just couldn't put it all together concisely like it's done by one of us or you guys over there.
Imagine being able to distill all of the quote unquote arguments that we've been learning. And God bless Nathan for teaching me to be a ninja. I enjoy being the ninja, but imagine being able to take all the quote unquote arguments and just distill them down to a smiley faced, happy little, that's the way the earth's measured. Vertical.
Cheers, guys. I'm going to go. Enjoy the rest of the chat, guys. Blessings.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
This is true.
Where you leave? You out of here?
Flatsoy just left?
Yeah, I think he said he had to leave, right?
Oh, I think he just said he had to go and just bailed. That happens. But just being able, just being able to take things down to what is absolutely true is kind of my shtick, so that people don't have to be the ninjas, and you don't have to deal with the anti-FE turds and all the angst and all that stuff, and you can just be happy spreading the truth. And if you're asked, and if it's easy to just present, yeah, this is true. That's how we measure it. And you don't have to deal with the debate.
Yeah, but that burns them up even more, Surf Daddy.
Yeah.
When you just say that's like burns them up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I would enjoy with people like Blitz, is being able to just say, "Oh, is that true?" And just keep making him have to do make them do all the freaking arguments. They're the ones, they're going to do it anyway. They're going to argue for why the ball isn't measurable, or why we don't see the ball, or why they're all going to make the arguments anti-flat earth. Well, flat earth, explain this, explain that, explain this. When all you got to say is, well, how do you measure it? And, we're using
Game
an angle.
over.
They'll eventually come up with those 30 words. They'll use one of those words, and then you just take that word and go, what does that mean? And, that's an angle. Okay, well, you'll need 2 straight lines for that. And
No, wait. Time out. I got to stop you there. Nathan didn't get to that part of the video yet. When you do get to that part of the video, he draws an elevation angle off a curve. It's hysterical.
Well, of course they do, because they've got a tangent plane, imaginary tangent plane. That's why they argue that all those lines, that horizontal you call the flat Earth, that's imaginary. That's an imaginary line.
All lines are
Imaginary or not.
imaginary. Hold on. All the lines are imaginary, but not the plane of reference the observer is standing on. That's lining up with the sight of eye.
Yeah, but what if you're on a mountain? What if you're in a valley? Blah, blah, blah. So they, like I said, they're the ones that have to keep coming up with the arguments. What about this? What about that? What about this? If you can just state what is true, then even if they say, well, that line is imaginary, like you're on the side of a mountain or whatever, trying to use a theodolite on the side of a mountain, which is dumb anyway. But then knowing that you have to have that horizontal line, you don't get bent out of shape because it technically is invisible. It's not imaginary. You still have to establish that horizontal. That horizontal, is axiomatically, in truth, parallel with sea level. And that because it is axiomatically true that, according to Euclid and according to math laws and Euclidic geometry, all horizontals are parallel. They have to be. All verticals are perpendicular to horizontal.
And when
no
referencing
matter
Earth,
how high or low.
all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, sorry, didn't add that.
Yep. But I just said.
Well, that's what's so dumb about the reciprocal zenith angles again, because in a lot of the references, they just mention that the plumb line is vertical to gravity or whatever, to gravity. They're not mentioning the surface. They're just saying it's it's perpendicular to gravity, or gravity's pulling it down. There was one reference that said it is always perpendicular to horizontal to the horizon. And that's where they show the little bit of truth. But they throw in the gravity part, and it throws you off. Because you think gravity, you think Earth.
That's where you need the debating ninja. When they say perpendicular to the plane of gravity, all right, so gravity also needs a flat Earth then. Down is perpendicular to horizontal as a vector.
Oh, dear.
So gravity in that context also requires a flat Earth.
So their flat Earth is in the center, though, of the Earth?
No, because you down vector, they're saying it's down, right?
Oh, God. Right.
Just another one of those words that they use and try and sneak in a gravity that simultaneously can give them a down, which they won't have on a ball, because it's a vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. But then because they've used the word gravity, that means that it's not perpendicular to anything. It's with respect to a curve in the centre of Earth because it's used a magic word, gravity. But they're still using it to get their down perpendicular to the plane of gravity. Well, yeah, because that's what it must be. They must have a plane with respect to their gravity for the perpendicularity that they're trying to utilise gravity for in that particular context. So gravity becomes a magic word that fails because their vector would be perpendicular to a plane of reference for that particular gravity when it's used as a magic word in that particular context.
Correct.
Yeah.
You just heard from
Duly
Nathan
noted.
Oakley, the Ninja Warrior.
Well, that's one deck. One deck gave me that.
Yeah, we
Well,
know you get them from everybody else, but nobody utilizes them as quick as you. Now, we've all came to that conclusion. There's nobody as quick at grabbing them and putting them out there in a debate than you. Like you're the top dog.
Oh, well, thank you, Neil.
And kudos to you. And it is great fun. And I've spent the past 8 years or 9 years learning and being able to help make arguments better. I've enjoyed debating a lot of things. I've debated atheists and doing apologetics and stuff like that. And there's so many similarities between Christian apologetics with atheists and geometric apologetics with anti-flat earthers and heliocentrists, theistic heliocentrists, that there's a lot of dovetailing going on. And my goal going forward is to simply help people understand what is true and what is not true about God's creation, and how that they can know what is true without having to go through mediators or media or anti-flat earthers or the whole one world religion deal. And they can know that God created the earth and it's true and there are consequences. We should probably get right with God while we enjoy his creation, which I did recently, even in Indiana with the aurora. Man, that was special.
Yeah, I completely agree. The aurora is a use. I don't know if it was you that was saying this the other day. You're like, that's a little bit of God painting the sky. I don't know if you use that terminology, but that's kind of what you were hinting at.
Oh, Psalms 19:1, dude. The power of God is shown in the firmament, and his hand, or just butchered it.
The
Glory of
heavens
God.
declare the glory of the Lord, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day unto day are the speech, and night unto night shows knowledge.
Amen. Yeah, that's all I need. Psalms 19:1, dude. And that is true. We're just looking up at the firmament, and in Romans 1:18, basically God says, you look up at the sky, you look around you, you know I exist, and you know my laws because I put them in your heart. And that way, no one has any excuse. The best you can do is deny that that is true. And that's what atheists do. That's what Globers do. That's what people who don't love the truth do. And
yeah, but to me, it's idiotic because when they come in and say existence has always existed, are you joking me?
No, you just ask them, is that true?
Everything has a creator. Everything.
Right.
It's a first law of thermodynamics violation. We said that to Flat Sword earlier.
Yes. That's what I don't understand. So they don't understand laws of thermodynamics if they say that.
Right. Well, again, this is another tie-in with atheists. Whenever you're doing apologetics with, especially presuppositional apologetics with atheists, it always boggles them up when you point out that they don't live like atheists. They glom on to God's laws and principles, the things that in Romans 1, Paul says that we all have in us, because God doesn't want us to have an excuse to say, we didn't know. We all know. We just deny that truth that we know. That's the same thing with ballers, or with someone who's deceived by the untruth of heliocentric and of the world. It is of the world. So
You know what else is a good scripture? The Proverbs chapter 8. If you get down towards the ends of that, that's a powerful one.
yeah, well, and also Job 38, 37 and 38.
That's my
Basically,
favorite.
God just takes Job and slaps him down and says, pull up your pants, big boy. Let's see what you know. And Job basically got smacked down because he didn't know anything. Where were you when I laid a line across the face of the earth? Where were you when I put the foundations down? Where were you when I made the firmament? Where were you? You weren't anywhere. That tears down anybody, every evolutionist, every atheist, every scientist who makes any kind of claims. That
Hey,
alone
Nathan's gonna like
tears
this
down.
one. And Nathan, you'll like this one, and because you use it in Proverbs chapter 8, verse 27 specifically. He says, "When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea a decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth. Then I was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in the habitable part of his earth, and my delight were with the sons of men." He also goes in about the measurements here. Let me find it. Go ahead, Sir Daddy.
But is that the spirit of wisdom? Is that wisdom was with him when?
Yes.
Yeah. So spirit of wisdom was with God, and spirit of wisdom saw all that stuff that was going on. Now, my thing, and what I do with people is especially Christians who are theistic heliocentrists, I say, when we're talking about the Bible and, Bible doesn't talk about flat earth, blah, blah, blah. I just would read something like that and say, as a Christian, is that true? I don't put interpretation on it. Those words, you heard those words. Is it true what those words say? They can't go against it because that would be saying that God's lying. They can only equivocate by denying that those words are true. Same thing with Joshua with the sun being stopped, like Danny Faulkner. He is denying the truth of the sun stopping for 24 hours, sun and moon stopping for 24 hours, and equivocating by saying, oh, no, the earth stopped, whatever. So he's saying the Bible's not true because reasons. That's where all you got to do is stand on truth, and you know the people that are denying the truth because they will be the ones that equivocate and make excuses and blame you and project and say, well, how do you explain that? How do you explain that? I don't know, but is that true? Is that scripture true? Is the firmament like a tent? Did God stretch something across the earth? And is it like a tent? Is that true? And if it is true, how is space vacuum like a tent?
It's not. And you can't use a compass on a globe.
Nope. Did you ever find that verse yet?
No, I think I'm thinking of the one in Job, the one you just said. That's the one I like.
Yeah. Yeah, all of Job is a big smackdown. and I didn't notice it for years and years and years, but I just fairly, like in the past year or two, found that if you read it right, Scripture, God has a sense of humor, because he's smacking Job down and telling him off in a nice way. I mean, he did say that the devil could do everything but kill him, right? But he's taking him to task for claiming to know something he does not know and cannot know. And that knowledge can only come from God, who created everything.
Right. So right there, he's saying it will not be known.
Yeah. And and he was like, surely you were there because you're a very, very old man, aren't you? No, Job. I'm colloquializing it, but basically he said, oh, yeah, you were there, right? Because you're really old, right?
Yeah, I like the way he starts it. He goes, okay, now pull up your pants, tighten your belt, because I'm going to speak to you like a man. All right?
Yep.
And then he goes on to, where were you basically when I created everything?
Yep. Every time Jason Lyle or who's the other guy, Hugh Ross or Faulkner or anybody else talks about Big Bang or anything evolution, anything in the past, even when they're arguing for creation, they're still arguing deep time and all this stuff. They're still arguing like Job, like he knows what happened a billion years ago or even 6,000 years ago or whatever. Anytime someone makes a claim like that, and that's another, you know what? That's another thing, Nathan and team. That's another thing that I'm grateful for is the beating of the drum about don't make claims that you can't prove. And there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. That yeah.
Especially when you don't know.
If you can't speak truth, then don't speak it. Let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. Nay, I don't know what the sun is. Yay, I know that God says that it's a great light and the moon's a lesser light. Yay, I can look at the sun and moon and they're about the same size. They appear about the same size to me. That I know, that I know. And I know that from Scripture and my own observational experience. And I can say that is true. But what they are, how they work, no, don't know anything. So thanks for that again.
Again, it's a confidence thing. If you're trying to pretend that you're capable of contradicting a worldview at its base premise, that's Earth being spherical, then there's an automatic assumption by your opponent that you are the all-knowing guru and you're going to have an answer for everything. Whereas if you, in and of yourself, don't care what your opponent thinks of you, you know balls to bones Earth is flat based on the measurements of Earth, then when someone puts something to you that you don't know, you just say, I don't know. They go, well, surely you are the arbiter of all knowledge now you've said Earth's flat. No, shockingly, I'm not. Well, surely you know how they measured this particular part of this particular map with this particular projection. No, I'm not a cartographer. I just looked at the scale and saw how flat it was and how that's applicable. No, blah, 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 rumpus. Yeah, because realistically, they're the ones in fear. They're the ones that are deeply concerned about not knowing. And they've reached a point where they're confident that they know. Oh, we know Earth's a ball flying around the sun in a sky vacuum. We know that. And we can be confident in that. What's that? You're saying I'm wrong? Well, then you better have an answer for absolutely every single question I've got, or that makes me right again. That's their what's the word? Their way of being. Their mentality, that's the word. Their mentality is, if you can't answer every single question that I now have because you've shown me to be demonstrably incorrect, then I can go back to being correct if you can't answer me.
That's when it's kind of fun to go back to them when they say, well, how does this work? And you just ask them, how does it work? How do you know? Does it work this way? I don't know. Do you?
How does Jesus work on a flat Earth?
I don't mind defending things I've made claims about. So if I've said something specifically and someone says, well, how does this work? You make claims about it. Well, yeah, okay, I do make claims about it. And the reason I make a claim about it is because X, Y, and Z. When they come up to me and say, how does this work? I go, I don't know. Well, you need to. You're saying Earth's flat. No, I don't need to do anything. Go and paint my house. You need to, because you've said Earth's a ball, to paint my house. Free of charge. What, you don't want to? No, well, I don't want to answer your questions. What, but you feel like I'm obliged to, like I owe you explanations for anything. Sod off. I don't owe you a damn thing. You who's going to call me a retard feel that I owe you something, do you? Maybe a punch in the mouth.
Yeah, I've got a no guru policy. I don't need a guru, and no one makes a guru out of me. If someone wants to make a guru out of me, I go out of my way to disappoint them.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat earth evangelists that fancy themselves as gurus.
I absolutely want to avoid that. And that's why I don't have a YouTube channel, and I'm not going out evangelizing. And I do what I do to entertain myself and to educate myself and to keep busy with my mind. And this is my fun. I don't want to make a TV show out of it, and I don't need to be made a guru out of it. Because the minute that happens, I know that I'm going to disappoint somebody, because I don't care to keep them under my wing. They don't need to be under my wing. So sadly, you're not going to be my guru either. My only problem is that I occasionally use terms like sawed off, and that means totally something different here in Indiana.
It means get
I
lost.
sawed off that tree limb.
Not sword. S-O-D.
No, I know sawed. It's sawed off. It's sawed off, which is a bit of takeoff on sodomy, ain't it?
Correct.
Yes. Well, here in Hoosier land of Indiana, then if I tell somebody to saw it off, they'd go, "What do you want me to saw off there?" I sawed off that tree limb, and I sawed off that 2x4, and I sawed off Uncle Jerry's foot when it got gangrene.
Oh, Lord.
Right, any last words? Because I'm going to round out.
See you tomorrow.
Anybody got anything to add from Discord? It's your last chance.
No.
No? Okay. With that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels. Oh, why am I not on camera? Let's just try that again. Massive thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Also, if you've been watching the after show, do let the map reading company know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed from the YouTube algorithmic bots, or indeed by the videographer himself, as I would genuinely and sincerely like him to share the love if he was to do a response, or if indeed he ends up getting bullied by anti-flat earthers telling him he needs to apologise for how globe-shaped he hasn't measured Earth. I've been Nathan Oakley. Massive thanks for all of you. Hit me up on Patreon and PayPal and all that good stuff, and I'll see you all in the next video.